Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We're going to do some more Nikke, Goddess of Victory, specifically the Stellar Blade event, the collaboration event, Memories Teller. Silly name, but the event's story is really cool, and I wanted to share it with you guys. Let's just wait and see if anybody shows up. Say hello in the chat. We'll get started. Let me pull up the game itself. Let me know what you think about volume levels and such. Every time I click off the window, it silences it. Are you late to the party? No. Not at all. I just started. I had to take an extra hour to run down to my previous address and pick up some mail. It was very important that I can't believe they just kind of UPS just threw it on the porch or in front of the door. Yeah, it all worked out. It's just I needed the time to do it. No, you haven't, Caitlin. I didn't feel like being depressed, so I had to skip some story cutscene this event. You know, it's depressing, but hopeful in the end. Like, it's like bittersweet, I guess is the way I see it. Because it's really cool. How did you get that milk? It's not a max limit break, it's her favorite item event. So, like, for example, when you go to the outpost, well, it was just like paper in an envelope, but it was very, very important paper in an envelope. But I was just surprised that, you know, because it was UPS doing it, they didn't put it on our mailbox. If it was sitting in the mailbox, I would feel safe waiting a little bit. But someone could just porch pirate that shit, and I'd be really, really screwed over. Everyone gets a level up. So, yeah, if you go to the bulletin board, when you do dispatch for an item, you can choose favorite item maintenance. If you choose the coffee mugs, or whatever the item was for milk, and you get enough of them, eventually you'll be able to do her, like, special quest. So that's where I got that particular milk from. She's my bae. What other pictures do I got here? Well, you still got that, which I love too. I absolutely love that. Milk is so cool.
Today's workout is complete.
I love how they brought her out of NPC jail. She's phenomenal. The cheerleader event was pretty cool. She is a temptress. Got an advertisement for Nikke when you got the stream. Well, that's very appropriate then. I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna be finally moving to my new state in next Tuesday, like exactly a week from now, and that's pretty exciting.
Hope you put it to good use.
And just gotta prepare for that.
Just nice. Looking to get
Lots
something
of
on the up and up.
preparations to be had.
Smart choice.
Welcome, fellow shopaholic. Thank you for coming.
I did manage to get Moron,
Another successful transaction.
so I got her skin. I'm very happy.
You can take your time, Commander.
Ooh. Wait, no. Wait, no, they did refresh the shop. Hell yeah. Who's your favorite Nikke? It is absolutely Milk. Stay safe and hydrated. This heat is definitely no joke. I was renting out a U-Haul carrying a bunch of big ass shit the other day, and it was exhausting. You just got off work? Fantastic. That's good to hear. So yeah, I got Moran and... Is it Moran? Moran? Because my dictates, my instincts tell me... Oh, I can't click that anymore. Fine, I'll go into my Nikke list and find her individually. There she is. My dinosaur-obsessed super hottie.
Faithfulness is the most important quality of a knight-errant.
I'm glad I got that. Senti is gonna get, like, a new summer skin that looks freaking amazing. But yeah, let's take a look at some of this Stella Blade.
Whee!
Oh wait, I actually have to do something else real quick. It's hard to get into a gacha game because you can't really plan it around your own schedule, you know? So you're absolutely right. I've been playing a lot of Honkai Star Rail lately, getting ready for that collab event. And that game is honestly really impressive. I do like Honkai Star Rail. My only real complaint is that the story is very poorly told. Like, it's just... It's a fucking mess. Trying to actually understand it. And even though the game does have an in-game encyclopedia, it's, like, basically worthless. You got Raven. I'm not gonna roll for Raven, even though she's got a nice jiggle. They all do. Well, almost all of them do. Man, I did get Eve, though, because Eve is nice. None of my favorite costumes, but clearly they went all out. Look at that. Holy shit. I'm just doing this for a daily, real quick. They had maintenance last night, so I wasn't able to do half this shit. Whoa, I didn't realize you didn't have to do, like, half that crap. Still work for another 30 minutes to an hour. Yeah. It's impressive you can be on a live stream while at work. I think it's kind of cool. You got Raven in her swimsuit? Yeah. If it were like a bikini or something, I might go for it, but nah. Alright, so first things first, we'll do story 1.
Live on.
Actually, let me get my login stamp since it's right there. I don't mind spending a little money in this game every now and then, like the $20 banners, because... Well, not for the banners, for the passes, because you get actual costumes. And I owe it to myself, in this case, like with Moran. I'm like, I love that skin, but I don't have her. So if I get her during the span of the campaign, I'll pay the money. And sure enough, I did. So the gacha was kind enough to me to finally give her.
What a shame.
It's funny, I kind of like Lily in this event more than I do Eve. But yeah, we're going to start going through the story. It's really good. Because it is a collaboration event, they're able to capture... Well, because it's an internal collab. Like, as in, like, Shift Up owns both IPs, they're able to do a lot better with the story. City, robot, humans. Let's get going. Let me know if you have any suggestions as far as, like, audio levels, stuff like that. I think it's how I left it last time, so it should be good. Clatter, clatter.
A plate.
This event has an amazing ability to make these events, like, or these robots, rather, like, really endearing characters despite their primitive design. It's kind of wholesome and sweet. And depressing, but whatever, we'll get there.
When eating.
Although I don't know how much Garden of Sinners actually, like, developed the characters in either case.
It is useful. Transport. A statue, often placed by an entrance or against a wall to flaunt wealth or exhibit one's taste. It can also serve a symbolic function. It is useful. Transport. Complication. Volume limit exceeded. Transport on hold.
I was gonna say, how big are you? You can't fit a whole statue in you.
A decorative object used to hold flowers.
And where do you gather all this stuff anyway, Rome?
Transport.
You take it back to the Ark every time?
Transport.
Doubtful. I don't think so. We find out that would be a bad idea, at least at first.
Go back.
Rome turns itself around, the container on its back filled to the brim with various items.
Calculating time until return.
What is this? A uni?
Warning. Loud noise detected. Coming from above.
Safe travels on your way home, yeah. Drive safe. People are crazy on the road. She's a TARDIS. Who's a TARDIS? Rome lifts its head and looks toward the sky, revealing a massive transport aircraft with 4 legs. Plumes of fire burst from the appendages as the aircraft slowly descends. For some reason, its movements seem unstable.
Mount Rapture. First time seeing.
Boom! The aircraft crash lands on the ground.
First sighting. High probability of substantial value.
Did you hear about that drama with HoloLive's concert?
Transport. Is transport possible?
Rome moves toward the grounded transport aircraft. A ramp extends from one side of the airship and touches the ground. Rome halts its approach. Roma! Someone walks out of the aircraft.
Oh, that was close. We nearly landed on our side thanks to that caliper. Stupid thing is off balance.
You say land, but most people would consider that a crash.
Is everyone okay?
No problems.
I'm fine. How about you, Eve?
What's funny though is that this event does not spoil the ending to Stellar Blade, like the big twist, which if you watch my waifu files on Stellar Blade, will pretty much spoil right away because we kind of need to get to the full truth of each of these characters.
Pretty dire. I think one of the veneer calipers is shot. I may have to get in there myself and poke around. Where are we?
I've never seen this place before.
Can you not check the coordinates?
Some coordinates are showing up, but there's no way they're correct.
A mechanical issue, perhaps.
But yeah, I really like Lily.
Impossible.
Especially in
My
anime
diagnostics are
form.
always perfect. There's probably a jammer of some kind. Or we're in an area where all communications are inoperable.
That's not good.
There's
lost.
a twist for this event, but not a twist
We wouldn't be
for
in this situation
Stellar
if
Blade's
Adam hadn't
story.
flown into that glowing tunnel.
Lily, listen to me very carefully. If you come across a glowing tunnel while in
Basically
flight,
who the Alpha,
you can't exactly
or
close your
what is
eyes
it, the
and
Elder
pretend it
Natiba?
doesn't
The
exist.
Supreme Natiba, or whatever it is, the true identity of that.
You don't have to head straight
Do you know
for it either.
Shexio?
I knew that thing was suspicious
No,
the
I
moment
do
laid eyes
not.
on it.
You lack a sense of adventure.
There's being adventurous, and then there's being reckless.
Everyone, wait. There's something there. A robot.
You'd have to be careful because Eve's known to like beat up those random drone robots that pop like popcorn and drop items. She could have just ran right up to Rome and like fucked him up.
I've never seen that model before.
It doesn't look like a combat robot.
Let's go take a look. If we analyze its data, we might find something.
I'll go first, just in case. You two stay behind me and keep your distance.
Look in R34. For what? What am I searching in R34? I would prefer the context before I do the search.
It doesn't appear to be armed.
Is this like a
Does it
VTuber
seem
or
particularly
something?
dangerous?
Are you Nikke's?
Oh, it's equipped with language functions. That makes things easier.
I know what R34 is.
Hello.
Of course I do.
Can you tell us where we are?
You're on the
Speaking
surface.
of, guys, I need more people to join my Discord and participate in my weekly hentai competitions. Basically, there's a theme each week, and people post, you know, their favorite picture or their particular submission for that theme. And then we all vote on which one would get the most faps, as it were.
We could ascertain that much. We're asking for a specific location name or something.
The surface.
This robot doesn't seem to be running on AI.
Rome can think and make own decisions.
Rome? Is that your name?
Yes, Rome is my name.
Right then, Rome. Can you tell us more precisely where we are?
You are on the surface. The surface is the surface.
I'll try talking to it.
To be fair, they should have other names for the regions of the surface.
You need to keep in mind that it's a robot. You can't pressure it like that.
Well, that's fine. No, it's good that you guys participate. I'm just saying it would help to have more people participate so we have more entries and more variety. Because the current people... Oh yeah, I forgot to say that the winner, and also the one who posts my personal favorite picture, and sometimes Ari-chan's personal favorite picture in the contest, gets a little dai-chan hentai prize. But a lot of the people have participated so many times that they've got like all the prizes I have available. I have to keep making new ones.
Hey there, robot friend. We want the coordinates of this location.
Black mold on your face. Need to clean.
This is a beard.
Black mold on face is called beard. Affirmative.
Is this thing intentionally trying to make me upset?
Repeat question. Are you Nikke's?
Nikke's? Are you asking about our affiliation?
Not affiliation.
Then I don't understand what you're asking. What's a Nikke?
Change question. Are you Nikke's or humans?
We're humans?
Human. Really?
I love how Eve is like, yeah, we're humans, and then Adam's like, a little suspicious there. A little suspicious there, Adam.
What else do we look like?
Of course, they're not humans. Not technically. It's like one of the main things in Stellar Blade.
Humans on surface.
You don't like the FGO event right now? I can't stand it. Yep, no, I hate it. I got into the point where I completed the story part of the event,
Humans on surface.
but then said, fuck it. I mean, Stellar Blade's been out for a while, and you would see it right away, because,
What's it doing?
yeah.
Is it attacking?
Humans discovered. Humans discovered.
Exactly what they are, though, is up there.
Surface. Surviving humans discovered.
But yeah, Rome thinks they're humans, and for Nikke, humans on the surface is unheard of. There should not be any surviving humans on the surface. Ugh.
Commander, are you busy at the moment?
Your phone's been blowing up for a while. Why don't you check it? You've gotten so many messages, you could probably compile them into a novel.
Did you borrow money from someone and not pay them back?
Yeah, I agree, Cool Kermit. No, I'm just tired.
Makes sense. We have been out on a lot of missions lately. Be that as it may, you really ought to check your messages, Commander. It might
I don't
be something
wanna.
urgent.
Yeah, the commander's got a personality, and it's fun. Rappy.
Yes?
There is one thing I'm certain of. The moment I check those messages, our rest period ends.
I'd have to agree.
Rappy gets up and grabs my phone.
Would it be okay if I checked them for you?
Don't do it, Rappy. What if they're all flirty messages from different Nikkes?
Which probably they are.
You might end up resenting the commander.
Commander, please check your messages.
I also heard that the actors, or Kerry Walgren and the guy who plays Archer from Unlimited Blade Works, probably will not be voicing in their Honkai Star Rail event, which is kind of sad. So tired. Commander, I'm Rome. Please respond. Urgent situation. Big problem. Commander, I'm Rome. Please respond. Urgent situation. Big problem. Rome, what's wrong? Commander, I'm Rome. Please respond. Big problem. Discovered something incredible on surface. What is it? You know, and it's weird because I guess she's a Union actor, but you would think that, like, I don't know. I don't know what the full details of the Union are, if the Union says you are not allowed to do non-Union gigs, or if it's just really frowned upon, like you're crossing the picket line, sort of. Humans. What? What? 3 discovered. Want your help, only you. Please come quickly. Okay.
Master, what's wrong? You're white as a sheet.
Are you okay?
Everyone get ready. We need to go up to the surface.
Right now?
Rome found humans on the surface.
Say that again?
Are these the coordinates Rome gave us?
The Bare Legs mod for Stellar Blade got labeled as prawn. That's just the one of that shop girl, right? I forgot her name. One thing I'm disappointed about is that we don't have any dialogue with the characters in this event. Curious to hear what Raven would say to us. What do you mean you don't have any dialogue with them? Are you saying there are no, like, Bond scenes? There's a Hoyo game that makes a Union the villain exploiting the workers. If so, I haven't gotten to that point in any Hoyo game, but yeah. The Dave the Diver collab was fun, yeah. No Bond scene with us. Okay. I just kind of skipped through Eve's without reading it yet, so that's unfortunate.
That's right.
Wow. Humans on the surface.
What do they do for the Bond scenes instead?
I thought there weren't any survivors up here.
That's the official claim by the central government, at least.
Is it just like extra scenes from the event, kind of?
Wowie! So we might be able to witness a historic moment.
Potentially, but Rome might also be mistaken.
Exactly. That's why we need to meet up with them and confirm.
Commander, explosions up ahead.
Let's hurry!
What are those things?
I think they're robots, but I've never seen anything quite like them. What the? It just keeps attacking.
Rapture, run!
Rapture?
Even if we do run, it'd be nice to know where we are.
This is bad. It's only a matter of time before the tetrapod gets hit.
The voice acting in Honkai Star Rail anyway, the English dub, I don't hate it, but it also sounds really weird. Like, you can tell that even the voice actors have no clue what the hell they're saying, and are just trying to, like, flub their way through lines. Because if they understood the context and the meaning and the emotions behind each and every moment, it would sound a lot more coherent than it actually does.
I'll go.
Oh, okay.
I think it'd be best for us to conduct a bit more recon before moving out. We have no idea what these rapture things are.
Why'd you split that into 2 different
I
messages?
understand that. But if we lose the tetrapod, we're in big trouble.
It's not the end of the world. Machines can be repaired. If one of us gets hurt, though, then we're really screwed. We don't have any proper medical facilities around us. Any injury could potentially be fatal. Our robot friend here seems to have called for backup. So let's wait.
Commander, Nikke.
Maybe it's just panicking and shouting random phrases.
Let's hope not.
Rome, are you safe?
Commander,
Looks like the cavalry finally arrived.
Humans? Is it really true?
Okay, I see.
Wow, this is my first time seeing humans.
What are you talking about? You see humans every day.
I know, but it sounded better if I said it that way.
But yeah, apparently with Hololive, there's this big
And
drama
you all
regarding
are-
scalpers and the concert tickets. And what's her name? Vebe or Bay or whatever. She's like the rat one, the Australian rat. Hololive VTuber. Her fan base, they're brats, I think they're called, like collectively bought out like 400 plus tickets, and they were trying to hoard them exclusively for fans of her, which in a way is like trying to beat the scalpers at their own game, but at the same time they were, you know, being pretty unreasonable at first, and they thought like, oh, she'd be so proud we beat the scalpers, but then they're like becoming the new scalpers in a sense, even though they plan to sell them back to fellow fans at price.
We'll talk later. First, we need to take care of these raptures.
It's just an interesting dilemma. And then I'm like, wait a second, does Hololive do their concerts like in person now? Like at an actual venue? Or do they, is it like a virtual concert? Because if it's virtual, why the hell would they limit the number of seats anyway?
Right. Well, shall we?
Let's.
So I'm not sure. It sounds kind of stupid if it's a virtual concert that you'd have to buy a ticket for anyway.
Phew. I've got to be honest. I think we did particularly well this time around.
Incredible.
Commander.
Rome, how's your condition?
No problem. You saved me.
Still as dramatic as ever.
Now then, I look at the three people Rome mentioned. We are the Counter Squad. We're the Special Commando unit under the employ of the central government. And you are?
Oh, we're...
Is it true? Are you guys really human?
You're awfully interested as to whether we're human. You're just like that robot. Yes, we're humans.
Where did you come from?
What do you mean? Where else could we have come from other than Zion?
I've never heard of this Zion.
Hako Bales. Gotcha.
That transport aircraft behind you. Did you come here on that?
Have you seen the Netflix new animated movie K-Pop Demon Hunters? You find it good? I saw something about that. I don't know enough. I'd have to like watch a full trailer. I think I just saw some weird screenshot on Twitter or something. Well, Eve is always calling until the big spoiler mid-Stellar Blade, Eve assumes she is a human. Even though there's no way she could be. She's got robo parts and stuff, and we've seen it like right from the opening cutscenes when people get ripped open and their arms lopped off, and they got robo parts. In your Is Voice Acting Really Important video, I failed to mention that Chris Hemsworth, the voice of Orion Pax in Transformers 1, had kids who asked him to do the role of said character. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I'm curious to think that, like, again though, would Chris Hemsworth be the type to keep voicing the character in lesser projects, or would he just delegate that to somebody else? Again, it's one of those cases where it just feels like they didn't seem to treat Western voice acting as sacred as they do in Japan, you know?
Indeed we did. We call it tetrapod, although one of the calipers is broken at the moment. So
Does
would it be
K-pop
more
Demon
accurate
Hunters
to
have
call it
waifu?
Tripod.
Do you know anything about Nikke's?
You mean what Rome was talking about? It asked if we were Nikke's. Can you tell us where we are? We're not familiar with this place, and I'm unable to pull up any coordinates.
It's so funny they went with a UK dub here, just because, I don't know, it feels like Xenoblade. Rappy, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes, that seems to be the case.
Oh, contact the deputy chief.
Please do.
Oh no.
What's not your favorite art style?
Again? Uh-oh.
The D wave. They want
Why
some of
don't
that
we all
D.
have a seat? We have a lot to discuss.
I like how there's just like an in-lore reason why we have these collabs. You would think that they'd have coordinates. We know they have coordinates. I think just Rome is being fairly unreasonable. As expected, the 3 humans before us were summoned to this world due to a D-wave anomaly. While traveling in their aircraft, which they refer to as the tetrapod, they saw a glowing tunnel, entered it, and were transported there. Next time you see a glowing portal, don't just fly into it unless it's like Star Fox, in which case you've probably found a hidden level or something. I've got my hands on Eve. I've got 1 copy of Eve, and then I got the copies of Lily, of course, but you get her for free. I'm not gonna go for Raven. Lily, Adam, Eve, they explain how the world has been taken over by mysterious monsters called the Natiba. They've been fighting a protracted battle to reclaim their planet from the Natiba.
Your situation isn't all that different from ours.
Not if it's the one with the slot machine. However, finding that slot machine is a pretty cool secret. Isn't it like really hard to get to that slot machine anyway? So like, if you get there, you're probably better than, like, you're totally capable of beating the actual regular game too.
The people there, are they happy? Chipper, hee hee, ha ha, happy.
We're trying our best to be.
Me too. I want to take a lot of photos. Happy photos.
In Star Fox 64, there was that one, I think it's like in the asteroid belt, where there's like a really hard series of warps to go through, and that can immediately change your route for the better. If you're on the right side, you can get back to the left side and go for the true ending. After their explanation, we fill them in as to where they are. About our world, the surface overtaken by a mysterious enemy called Raptures, forcing humankind underground. About Nikkes, the ultimate weapons created to do battle against the Raptures. Oh, it's called
It really
Sector
is
X.
awfully similar.
I realize it may be a little insensitive to compare our situations.
You did
like
6
this,
multi and 5
but given
singles
that
for
we're
1
at
copy
least
of
on the
Eve.
surface of our
Later I
planet,
used my 200
we're a
exchange
little
tickets
better
for
off than
Raven.
you all are here.
I just love how you get those exchange tickets. Like, the pity is so kind.
Then, you guys aren't human?
Hello, Kotaro.
Well, I guess not.
To be honest, though, you can't really tell the difference unless we get hurt or something.
We found it hard to believe that humans could still exist up on the surface.
Okay, Medio is the one that I know
Which is
of.
why Rome and all of
Yeah,
us
where you go
reacted
through
the
it and you
way
start
we did.
spinning faster and faster and faster
I
till you
see.
finally get it.
It just caught us a bit off guard, that's all.
Yeah, Stellar Blade's got good music.
Alright. I understand that this isn't the world we came from. And from what I'm hearing, this kind of thing has happened a couple of times before. So my question is,
The speedrunnist.
way we can go
Do you
back
actually
to our
speedrun,
world?
or do you just love speedrunning? There is a way. You need to awaken, or defeat, rather, the rapture known as Gatekeeper. It's what is responsible for bringing you here.
Based on our investigations, the source of this D-wave is somewhere within a 40-kilometer radius of our current location.
What games do you speedrun?
The D-wave signal covers a wide area, but unlike previous cases, it is significantly weaker this time around. Also, anything that Gatekeeper summons normally emits a large amount of D-wave energy.
It really crosses the line to Lampshade hanging with that. You can't tell the difference until we're hurt, just like them. It is the same, yeah?
But all of you are emitting rather weak D-wave energy, enough to be barely detectable from the Ark.
and what would be the explanation behind that?
The patterns change every time, so it's difficult for us to come up with anything conclusive.
Basically, D-Wave logic is all made up, but it's okay.
It's easier
Because at
to
least they're
simply
trying to
accept that it's
somewhat
different this
explain
time
why there's a
around and
collab
move
here.
Got it. The situation inherently doesn't make sense, so attempting to analyze it won't help. Then, should we search this area?
In theory,
It's like
yes,
Xenoblade X, you don't
but
find
it's
out
wide
that you're
area
a,
to come over.
what do they call those things?
Yikes.
Shit, I already forgot what they're called. They're not humans in Xenoblade X either.
That's not something we'd
You
be
find
able
out when the
to
main
cover
character
on
gets
foot.
their arm blown off.
We'll have to use the tetrapod.
Any chance the Ark could lend some assistance?
They're searching as we speak, but it's slow
A
going.
mimeosome. I think that's what they're called, yeah.
How about venturing out with an exosuit?
I don't think that's a good idea. They're meant to be piloted solo. If they fall behind, that'd be the end of that.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
I guess we need to focus on repairing the tetrapod.
That does seem to be the only option. Let's just hope that the damage is
Although
something
when
else.
Lily comes in the armored unit to follow you in the game, she doesn't fall behind at all.
Is there any place nearby we could find spare parts?
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm like saying if there's like a TV show spin-off to Transformers 1, there's a chance that he'd be like, nah, I don't need to do that for a crappy TV show. You've done runs for Fire Emblem. Interesting. Final Fantasy VII, Persona 3, the Sonic series, Panzer Dragoon, Strider 2, the House of the Dead games. Ooh. Castlevania, MGS 2, and MGS 3. Does that mean, like, you find a way to, like, glitch yourself to the end of the game in Final Fantasy VII, like, once you get yourself out of Midgar? That or people, they've found a newer strategy. I can't remember. The last I had seen an FF7 speedrun, it's like as soon as you get access to the world map, you could totally, like, cheat your way through close to the end. Ah, the reason the D-Wave energy is low is because the universes are parallel to each other. That's fair. I could accept that in a sort of meta-textual sense. Do you think in Fate Grand Order if it's possible to ray shift to old Chaldea and change history before FGO starts? Well, ray shifting is usually not actually time travel, like you're going specifically to a singularity, which is a form of time travel, but I think it only works because a singularity is forming.
Wow. Another way our situations are similar.
I don't know. There's just different ways that fans show their love for a game, and speedrunning's one of them. You just play it over and over and over again. You create new challenges for yourself. So, yeah. If you tell us what parts you need, we can help you search for them.
Much appreciated. But we have no way of knowing if the specs would match.
If Rappy's firearm is any indication, I'd say our technology doesn't differ too wildly from theirs. The specifications aren't identical, of course, but it should be possible to get it to work.
Alright then. Let's head out.
Exploring an
Like, I love the
unknown
idea of
world.
replaying an old
How
game.
exciting.
I will go with them.
But usually I just have enough new content that I never have the chance to do that, and if I were to go back to an old game that frequently, I'd usually get my fix. Like, through 1 or 2 playthroughs, I wouldn't need to, like, speedrun it personally.
You two should stay back and give the tetrapod a proper once-over.
What? Why don't we go together?
Securing a way back is our top priority.
That, and I don't like
We need
glitching
to make
games.
sure there's nothing else wrong with the ship.
Glitching
other
just
than
isn't,
caliper.
like, all that exciting to me.
Don't worry.
It's great if the game's,
I'll be
like,
back.
built to be speedrun, and it's, like, actually part of the game's mechanics.
Have you got any combat experience?
Like, if I were to try to speedrun a Shantae game,
I don't think I'm too
that
bad.
would be kind of fun.
Don't undersell yourself.
You're better than not too bad.
Good. Then let's go.
I'm going too.
It might be dangerous.
I am a transport robot. I can carry parts.
Alright, if you insist. A rapture is cleaved neatly in two and collapses. I much prefer games that have a lot of shit to collect. Have I done a waifu list for Shantae? No, but I should. The only problem is there's not really a lot of, like, cutscenes and footage of Shantae. It would just be, like, the visual novel style cutscenes and pieces of gameplay, which isn't exactly the most satisfying thing to look at. I'd have to be creative, I guess, with the way I present them. Eve raises the sword she's holding toward her head, and the blade instantaneously transforms into a hair clip.
Good to know that I can cut through them.
All clear.
Yeah, there's tons of fan art, that's true. There's also tons of official art, so maybe I could just do a slideshow of really good official art. Like I recently bought that little magazine thing that has like a bunch of Shantae swimsuit art.
Scarlet also uses swords.
The funniest thing your dog cat did on phone? I don't know if it's like stuff I got captured on the phone. I don't know, I think it's cute when I'm playing with my dog. Probably when my dog likes to get territorial over rocks at the beach. My dog claims rocks and tries to like stack them. And push them around, and she gets very, very frustrated like when she's trying to like move the rock when it's a giant rock, and yeah, it's just cute. So that's probably the funniest one I've got of her. The cat? I don't know, I've got lots of cute clips of the cat, but funny clips of the cat, I'm not sure off the top of my head right now. Hollow Ataraxia has no anime adaptation. It kinda does if you count moments from Carnival Phantasm and Emiya-san Shi no Kyo no Gohan. Because like they do go to Waku Waku Splash and stuff like that.
Hers doesn't transform into a hair clip, though. How does that work?
I'm not familiar with the mechanics of it.
If that's possible, do you think you could get a pair of glasses to turn into a gun?
I'm not sure about glasses, but we do have drones that transform into weapons as well.
Huh?
Now it's our turn to show you something cool.
Show him, Eve.
Ah! What the... Where did you come from?
That drone Eve has is also outfitted.
But it
with
would be
communication
hilarious
function.
to see like UFO Table animate like that scene where Reed and Saber discover that the back bathroom has a bidet.
And that's not all.
It's kind of surprising Reen would be surprised by a bidet, but Saber certainly. As Eve stretches her hand forward, the drone floating beside her moves accordingly. With a mechanical whirring, the drone transforms into a gun and attaches itself to Eve's arm.
Such firepower!
Very impressive.
I made it myself. I call it the Artemis Cannon, aka it's compatible with 5 different ammo types.
Prisma Elia? I mean, it goes in a completely different direction, and the interactions between the characters have a different vibe.
Oh, and have it be compatible with 20 types of ammo.
I'll try my
Back in
best.
FGO, can we make a singularity that takes us to Old Chaldea? A singularity could form around it. I don't know if Chaldea makes their own singularities, if that makes any sense.
You can ignore half of what she says, you know.
More info on Fate Extra Record on August 2nd? Maybe. I would certainly hope so.
For close combat and firearms for
I hope it's
ranged
good
combat?
news, too.
Pretty much. Though it can change depending on the situation.
Eve, I mean, no offense, but
Whenever people say that, they're totally about to say something offensive.
it might be best not to use your sword.
Very well. I won't use it.
You want a singularity on how Ritsuka met Da Vinci?
Your primary offensive strategy is engaging
How would that
in
make any
long-range
sense?
combat using firearms.
Ritsuka met Da Vinci
All
when
of
Da
your
Vinci was
established
already at
tactics and nations are
Chaldea.
based around that. If I were to start using a sword, it would throw everything off.
Precisely. Thank you for understanding.
Not at all.
Wow, so friendly.
Yeah,
It would be like a flashback or something instead of a singularity.
There's a scrap heap further up ahead. We should be able to find the parts we need there.
Is this it?
Yes.
There seem to be a lot of things that are fully intact.
A UFO Table animated magical ruby? Yeah, that'd be funny.
Some of them are probably still functional. Most of this stuff has been left here only because there's no way to bring it back.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know what's up with Chaldea. I mean, the fact that Chaldea and Chaldeas now has, like, a barrier from, like, protected by the collective will of humanity is pretty bizarre. I think, honestly, you could just make up whatever bullshit, or at least Nasu gets to make up whatever bullshit he wants now.
Really? Then could you pick up that one with the screen for me?
It'd be nice to find something that we could ride, if at all possible.
Don't you all have more urgent things to worry about? Like, say, spare parts to repair your ship?
You're right, but it would be an awful waste to pass by all this unbelievable stuff.
We might be able to find a use for some of it when we return to our world.
I'll keep my eyes peeled. We searched through the scrap heap to find the parts needed to fix the tetrapod. We're able to find several suitable parts without much difficulty.
Adam, Lily, I think we found everything we're looking for.
Already? This place is a real treasure trove.
I will transport.
Oh god, I would be so upset if they had a God of War event, just because I think Kratos is ugly as fuck, personally.
Thank you.
You've seen the final ordeal call? How do you know? Is the final ordeal call out? How many were they planning, anyway? 3? 4?
All loaded?
Yes.
Commander, can I collect some things?
But are we at the point where they actually can go back to Chaldea now?
Yes, there are many artifacts here, but Rome never came here before.
4
Too many
ordeal calls.
lectures.
Oh, okay.
This is
But
a
that means it's
golden
been released in
opportunity.
JP. I didn't know
Rome
that.
can't miss a golden opportunity.
Is Ordeal Call 4 where Lilith comes in? Okay, take what you like, just don't overdo it.
Okay,
Rome clanks about as it moves toward the back of the scrap heap.
That little guy reminds me of Digger.
Digger? We know a Digger too.
What? How?
We have someone called Grave Digger.
Oh, I was wondering what you were talking about. Don't worry about it. It's nothing important.
You two are certainly animated.
Naturally. If we didn't have any energy, we'd be corpses.
Honestly, I'm a little surprised. When I heard about your world, it sounded hopeless, but none of you seem like you're in despair.
Is that the vibe we give off?
Yes,
I see. What about you guys?
I think we're quite full of energy as well. There are some people who aren't.
Well, that's
of
supposed to be a
course,
completely different
but for the
Dante,
most
right?
part,
Not like
everyone's
the
working
Dante
hard to
from
make the most
Dante's
of a bad
Inferno.
situation.
Sounds like things on your side aren't much better than over here.
It's hard, but we try not to let it show. And we really are in the same boat.
Seems that way. Let's all stay strong. No giving in to despair.
You bet.
Commander,
What is it?
big problem,
What's up? I run towards the sound of Rome's voice.
big problem.
I'm coming, hold! Suddenly, a dark shadow passes overhead. It's Eve. She's soaring through the air by gripping onto anything she can. She flips in midair, uses a billboard as a stepping platform, jumps off protruding steel grinders, and more. Eve flies past us at remarkable speed.
I'll go first. Roger. I'll leave it to you.
They're kind of writing her to be a bit of a Mary Sue-ish in that regard.
What in the world? How is she flying around like that?
Save your surprise for later. We've got to move quickly.
Does that mean Nikke's couldn't handle a wall run? Soon after, we find Rome at the base of the scrap heap, attempting to pull along another transport robot.
Commander, big problem. Comrade discovered.
Fortunately, nothing's wrong.
If we do get something for foreigners, maybe in the mountains around Chaldea, which would be like the Mountains of Madness from H.P. Lovecraft, it would probably be now. Yeah, that would be cool.
Dang it, Rome. You scared the heck out of me.
Probably very
Why are you always
confusing, but then again,
overreacting
that's
like
par
that?
for the course with the way fate is written, especially nowadays. That's right. Alright.
I'll take a look.
Rappy approaches Rome and examines the transport robot it is attempting to transport.
The coloring on the exterior. I've seen this in manuals before. It's a transport robot which is also intended for combat support. From what I can recall, it was in operation even before the first Rapture invasion.
No kidding?
Yeah, but not a full ordeal
seems
call
ancient.
exclusively for Lovecraftian stuff, or the foreigners, rather.
It was discontinued due to the combat support functions being too costly to implement. When it entered mass production, only the transport function remained. Rome is one of those mass-produced models that followed.
This is Rome's predecessor.
You could say that, yes.
Is it dead?
Not sure. It's such an old model, we'd have to check.
If it's as old as you say, wouldn't it be worth investigating?
Absolutely. The chances are low, but we might find traces of lost technology. My suggestion is that we try to bring it back and attempt repairs.
Are you saving it?
Do you plan on watching the Fate Strange Fake anime once it's done airing? I mean, of course, obviously. It's just, the big problem isn't will I watch it, it's when that'll ever happen. You know what I mean?
We're going to try.
So excited.
Are they really gonna release like one episode every like 6 months or something and think that's okay? Because at that point, it would probably be painful to even waste time watching individual episodes. Because it's really meant to be watched as more of a series, in my opinion, like, together. Alright, then it's settled. Let's head back. Yeah, it's absolutely stuck in a weird production hell. Or development hell, or whatever you want to call it.
Let's see. Okay, with
Except
these
OVAs
parts,
are typically just
I
like
think we
1 or
can
2
manage.
episodes. Not like what's supposed to be a full-on series.
Ideally, we'd be able to check the compatibility.
I don't know
and
if
all
that's
that,
the reason
but
why
given
they're
our current
taking so long,
situation,
though,
that's
Taiga.
pretty much impossible.
Yeah, Ishtar and Strange Fake is much different than FGOs. From what I've heard as well, yes.
Let's just get this over and done with. As far as I can tell, I think an emergency fix should
I forgot
do the
there was
trick.
an Ishtar and Strange Fake.
Let's work together. You check the drive system and swap out the parts, while I keep an eye on the control system.
I'd hate to be ambushed at a time like this.
You're telling me? I'd take any help I could get right about now.
Well, I'm afraid he'll have to settle for these 2 junkers.
Can you fix Rome's friend?
Narita said he wouldn't permit anime adaptation before the novel is over. Wait, the same guy who's making Strange Fake, or the manga for it, is the same guy doing Durarara? Oh, the novel, not the manga. Wait, is Durarara? Oh wait, sorry, I'm mixing that up with Dandadan. Never mind. Dandadan, Durarara, all that stupid naming schemes that make no sense. I don't know if that's any better than light novels having like 6 million words in their title. I do wonder how different Strange Fake Ishtar is.
Not sure. I've never seen this type of
Pretty
robot
sure if you
before.
read the manga for Strange Fake, you'd already know.
Useless.
Excuse me?
Useless. As in you have no ability.
What the? Nobody insults me like that. Get out of the way. I'll fix this robot friend of yours if it's the last thing I do.
Ophelia becomes the vessel for Bitchtar. Interesting, I didn't realize that.
You okay there, Lily?
I, Lily Artemis II, am capable of handling any technology. A robot is the technological pinnacle of whichever world it hails from. I'll prove to you that I can even fix technologies from other worlds.
Don't you think the tetrapod is a tad more urgent?
No, I don't.
I'm inclined to agree with Adam here.
Everyone, quiet. I need to concentrate.
Rome and I will assist.
I can't really make judgment on the Strange Fake characters until I see more of them. Lily, Rome, and Rappy begin examining the robot Rome picked up.
So, what do we do? Wait?
Is there anything we can help with?
I don't think so. Not at the moment, at least.
Yes,
We can
Ishtar
only
is
hope that
amazing.
Lily fixes that robot quickly. Oh, by the way, while you guys were out gathering parts, I checked out the surroundings. There's nothing particularly special in the area, just some run-of-the-mill ruins. If I had to pick anything that stood out, it would be that lake over there. It seems like it was originally the ground level of this city. The water is too murky to get a good look inside, but it seems deep. I think it's best we give it a wide berth.
Can I go for a swim?
I'd give that a hard pass. For some reason, the water is electrified. If you took a dip, you'd end up getting fried. So I'd say
Blue Exorcist, I do not watch, no. I mean, I know of it, but I've never seen an episode or anything. I don't know. Ishtar has more sex appeal to me than Ereshkigal. Just the way that their personality and dress work.
I can still dream about it though.
Well, I certainly can't stop you from doing that.
Can we go fishing?
I doubt it.
Strange Fake just has all sorts of crazy shit in it, like the El
Considering
Malloy
how much
classroom
electricity is
stepping in
coursing through the
eventually
water,
to
there's no
join
way
the
any
fight.
fish would survive in there.
What about electric eels? Maybe there's some of those in there.
Oh, touche.
What in the world is this conversation I'm listening to?
Everyone, come here. It's all fixed.
The robot Rome picked up rattles as it looks around.
You fixed it already?
I told you I could do it.
There was a fuse missing. She took one from mine and plugged it in, and it came to life.
So all you did was swap the batteries.
Well, I'm still the one who figured out what the problem was.
That's right. Lily figured it out. Why are you so proud? You wouldn't have been able to fix it without Rome.
So what's it doing?
I think it's rebooting.
Come. Restart complete.
Ree never got to be in the Case Files anime. Well, they just need to make an Adventures of El Malloy anime now. That would be cool. Considering a lot more fun stuff seems to be happening in that than the Case Files ever did.
Environmental scan complete. Time frame identified. Am I back?
Wait, you're telling me that Odd Borzak isn't dead on the Strange Fake timeline? Or does he get resurrected?
So much time has passed.
Wow. For a robot, it's really in touch with its emotions.
Yeah, I mean, just any more Case
that's
Files
more
stuff
like
would
your
be
standard
nice.
robot.
And stick closer to the novels instead of making up or abridging stuff the way they did for the existing anime.
I am a robot.
Fair enough.
Who are you?
I want to see them go into Albion towards the end.
Why are you here?
Oh, his granddaughter, Hauri Borzak. Okay.
We're wondering the same thing.
Are you from the Ark?
You know about the Ark?
I know it all too well. I ask you again, are you from the Ark?
This thing kinda creeps me out. Like it came from the future to tell us that humanity is doomed or something.
It's certainly way different from Rome. Are you sure there's no one inside operating it?
Are you from the Ark? Answer me!
I like how aggressive Calm is.
Yikes.
It's like pissed off
Bestie.
robot. Well, it also sounds very Doctor Who. It was like eliminate or whatever they. What did they exterminate? Eliminate? I can't remember what it says.
Yes. We're from the Ark.
I'm sure someone here knows.
We are the counter squad.
I see.
The robot, who has introduced itself as Calm, puts some distance between us. It then stops and looks in the direction of the tetrapod with a mysterious glare.
Ark's property. Destroy.
I mean, you did get a timeline where Shiro and Reen are a couple, but it is the epilogue. But that's more than anyone else has gotten. None of the other routes have a very prolonged romance. Unless they finally animate the last episode arc. Comms container opens with a loud mechanical sound, revealing multiple missile launchers inside.
Everyone, take cover.
A barrage of missiles launch from Comms container. They tumble wildly through the air before embedding into the ground. Well, everyone dies eventually.
What the?
Don't move. The missiles have no homing ability.
We don't know how long Unlimited Blade Works Shiro lives. It's not like he has to do exactly what Archer Emiya did throughout life. Though he will live a similar path, the whole point is that he's gonna do it without regrets now, you know what I mean?
It's just firing wildly!
So that whole part about him dying, trying to save like a nuclear meltdown or whatever it was, may not be the case for Unlimited Blade Works Shiro. Yes, the Daleks. Exterminate! Exterminate! Yeah, comm sounds like that.
No!
Yes, they should animate things that should be animated in Type Moon. That's actually a really good topic for a video. That's a really good topic for a video. Yeah, if you got suggestions for that, yeah, what Type Moon things do you wish were animated? Specific moments, in this case, or aspects. Basically, a Garden of Avalon anime adaptation would be amazing. Aresh dancing to Brave Shine. Well, that's not a thing that happens in the story. When you say you watched the Evangelion anime today, are you talking about the classic one? And have you watched End of Evangelion yet? Because that one is an absolute must if you've watched just the show version.
My tetrapod.
We're doomed! Enough.
Eve takes out her sword and charges forward.
Ah!
Eve, stop.
Oh yeah, the final battle from Hollow Ataraxia. We kinda got a little bit of that in the opening. Yeah, the rebuild of movies I don't like nearly as much. But End of Evangelion is a freaky masterpiece. Rome charges and rams into Calm. Calm and Rome tumble across the ground. Calm is no longer moving.
Rome's newer, more sturdy.
Rome is funny.
And what about Com?
I think the fuse is missing again. No further threat is posed.
Okay, that's a relief.
I'm disarming this thing right now. I let my guard down because it was an old model.
It attacked the moment we said we were from the Ark. Yeah, it seems like it has some kind of grudge against the Ark. Good grief. Even robots are giving us a hard time now.
For now, let's lock it up somewhere safe. It could tell us some useful information.
Got it.
Also, we get a bigger problem.
tetrapod!
Stop overreacting. It was already broken. Now it's just a little more broken, that's all.
So I'm just writing down all these good ideas. Yeah, you're aware that End of Evangelion is essentially a recreation of the last 2 episodes of the original show?
Your voice is shaking.
Poor tetrapod.
How bad is it?
The missile happened to impact the area that had already sustained damage. Luckily, it wasn't a particularly powerful missile. But from the looks of it, I'd say the damage is pretty severe.
Do you think we can fix it?
We can, but it'll take a while. Damn that robot! I should never...
For now, we'll have to do what we can with the parts we have.
The Nikke X Nier collab? Oh, it's a rerun. I didn't know they're doing a rerun. Well, that's nice. I can take a break and not be too worried about that then, since I've already done that. Lily and Adam are busy repairing the tetrapod.
Reg.
Here, pass the screwdriver, please.
Here. I think this needs
Hey,
to be
it's
secured and adjusted a bit.
Adi-chan! Welcome to the chat.
Vice.
I'll go get it.
Meanwhile, we start our conversation with Calm, who's been revived, or had its fuse reinserted, rather.
I have nothing to say to the likes of you.
If you're still there, Adi-chan, we've decided that Calm sounds like a Dalek.
Untie me.
Why did you attack us out of nowhere?
Yes, well, I would like to say that the End of Evangelion is a much more fleshed out version of the last 2 episodes of the original show.
I didn't intend on harming you. I was only trying to destroy Ark property. Unfortunately, my missile pod malfunctioned.
What Ark property?
That transport aircraft. I will destroy everything that benefits the Ark.
Yes, Adi-chan has a day off today. I have no idea what she's got planned.
I will destroy everything that belongs to the Ark.
But that doesn't belong to the Ark.
Oh, shit.
I apologize.
Well, at least you're
Dumbass.
quick with an apology.
Dumbass robot.
So, why have you got this axe to grind with the Ark? Why do you want to destroy what belongs to it?
Because the Ark stole what belonged to me. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth.
What was taken from you?
You work for the Ark. I'm not telling you anything.
What in the world?
Calm, I'm Rome.
You don't think Calm's voice is very masculine?
Humans in Nikke's here. Nice. They can help you.
I didn't ask for help. You're nothing but an Ark lapdog who licks their boots.
Dang, this robot can even talk smack.
Harsh words. I'm hurt.
Calm, won't you tell us what happened? I hate the Ark as well. We might be able to help you.
Get lost, Ark lapdog.
Hey, that hurt.
Whatever, screw this thing.
But shouldn't we try to help? It's clearly been through some trauma. Maybe we can help it heal.
If it was the least bit conflicted, maybe. But it clearly has no intention of cozying up to us. It doesn't even want to talk to us. So, screw it. It's unarmed, and we've got it locked up, so it's not like it can do anything anyway.
This event story is really cool if you want to stick in and watch
Let's leave this thing
Ari-chan.
to rot and go help them fix the tetrapod.
That would be pretty fun, honestly.
Or stand guard nearby.
I think at least one person should stand guard.
I will stay here and keep an eye on Calm.
You will?
Yes, I do not need to sleep. Perfect for standing guard. Calm is also weaker than Rome. I will win every time. Out of 100 fights, I win 100.
Okay, we'll leave it to you.
If anything happens, give us a shout.
If anything happens, shout.
Rome? Are you okay?
Okay. If anything happens, I will shout.
I know this isn't the ideal time to be saying this, but I really would love to go fishing.
At least you're somewhat self-aware. Anyway, you heard Adam. That lake is electrified.
Will you stream the anniversary? You mean like restream their live stream?
Yes, and therefore, insulated gloves are a must. I've got a few pairs. Would you like?
No thanks. And why are you carrying those around anyway?
Listen carefully, Anise. This body
I've
of
never
water
done
is
that
huge,
before. I
nearly
don't
the size
think
of a
I
lake.
will, no.
Who's to say there aren't new species of fish swimming around in it? We could even end up pulling up some buried treasure.
That's true.
I'd rather interact with whatever content they announce at the 8th anniversary.
You can catch all sorts of things while fishing in our world as well. Sometimes you can reel in a chest and find useful things inside them.
You know, the fishing mini, like, people forget that we had the Dave the Diver one, but we also had a pretty decent fishing mini game for, like, the summer event in general.
What the heck is this wacky
Where you go around
world
on that
that you're
boat.
from?
That was pretty fun. I liked that a lot.
If you're intent on fishing, I can help.
Having 2 mini games like that was a bit
I'm
much,
something
though.
of an angler myself.
They could have spread it out.
Sure! Let's have a fishing battle!
How the heck does a fishing battle work?
Whoever gets the biggest giant monstrosity that comes out. Because in Stellar Blade you can catch some freaky shit. Like a whale. A whale in a lake, which makes 0 sense. Why don't we sit back and watch this unfold? It's not like we have much else to do.
Sure.
Every JRPG needs fishing. I love fishing minigames. It depends on the game, but I've started to really like them.
A plate.
It's quite fun. Will you pull during anniversary? If it's for that Morgan, then absolutely.
An implement used when eating. It is useful. Transport.
What are you doing?
Sorting artifacts.
Why?
Why?
Rome is making a second arc. A precious home.
Oh yeah, the Zenless Zone Zero fishing was pretty cool.
Chipper. Hee hee. Ha ha. Happy place.
I'm so glad we're getting a swimsuit
And
skin
you're
for
doing
Belle.
that on your own?
That's right.
For how long?
It's been a very long time.
Talk about pointless.
That means there's no point. That's not true. There is much meaning to a second arc.
Alright, I caught something!
Me too. It's a big one.
Darn it. It's a chair.
Mine's a box.
I always wonder how you, like, catch a chair when you're fishing, or a boot, or something. I guess if it's floating, I could understand, but if it's, like, at the bottom and your lure just happens to catch it.
You do realize fishing is about getting fish, don't you?
You'll never complete an entire arc.
I will complete it.
You're bound to fail. What you're doing has no value.
Untrue. The second arc has value. Therefore, what I am doing has value.
Even if it does, no one will ever see it.
Yeah, but it's a very
All
consistent
those years you
gag
spent,
used in fishing things.
all this value you say it has.
Couple of great white sharks. Yeah, I know, right? Like a dragon has that.
It will all disappear.
I mean, if you're gonna have a fishing minigame,
Is that
you gotta
what
catch
happened
some
to
giant, unrealistically ridiculous fish. Thank you for the Fate lore videos. You are very welcome.
Whoa! I caught a real whopper this time!
Seems like it. Your fishing rod is almost about to snap.
Looks like I'm gonna be the winner of this battle.
I'm different. I'm superior to you.
You will fail. Your actions have no value. And even if they do, no one will ever notice
I make
it.
Fate meme videos whenever I've got a good batch of 69
It will
memes.
all be destroyed.
Calm down.
I can't. If you knew what's beneath that lake, you wouldn't be able to calm down either.
Neon's fishing line flies into the air, and something lands on the ground with a loud splat. Sounded like it broke a windshield.
What is it?
A disembodied arm lies on the ground, soaking wet and covered in moss. Mechanical components protrude from the point where the arm was severed. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Explain to us what this is.
How many other fishing games allow you to catch a body? Explain to us what this is. Oh, she said that.
I don't know.
Then what was all that talk about how we'd be freaking out if we knew what was below this lake?
I didn't say that.
Nice try, but Rome has it on file.
Well, turns out you're right. We are freaking out. What the hell is Nikke's arm doing in that lake?
If you look beneath the lake, you will know.
Okay, I understand that you don't want to cooperate. Seems like we'll have to see for ourselves what's under there.
Right. We need to see if the rest of the body is in there.
The only problem is all the electricity coursing through the water.
What if we make a suit out of all the insulated gloves that I brought?
That's a brilliant idea.
I thought so too.
But none of us can swim. That'll make searching for something underwater difficult, to say the least.
You need a shit ton of gloves to make a whole suit out of
Let's
it.
take care of the electricity for now. Once we've handled that, we can think about what to do next.
Now that we're on the topic, don't you find it strange? Where is the power supply for all this electricity coming from?
There's probably an unmanned power plant nearby, supplying electricity to the ground floor. When the first floor was flooded, it turned the entire lake into an electrical hazard.
Do you think we can locate this power plant?
Tracing the flow of electricity back to the source is easy enough. The issue is that the source is inside the lake. Do any of you have a map by any chance?
Maps aren't a thing up on the surface. And even if they were, they'd be so outdated that we couldn't depend on them.
Yeah, Tsukihime would benefit from an
I guess we
anime
have no choice
adaptation
but to
for
look
sure.
around. Fine. Then let's prepare and move.
That won't be necessary.
Brevity!
Now that I'm here,
Where did you come from?
you guys should have done a better job setting up a security perimeter. If I'd been a rapture, you'd all be dead.
If it had been a rapture, we would have heard it coming.
Anyway, the central government sent me. We can't afford to leave this situation unmonitored, no matter how small the impact of the D-Wave is this time around.
Don't they trust us? How rude!
The central government trusts you. They're simply monitoring the state of affairs to see if any further intervention is necessary. This is a volatile situation, and we have no idea what unpredictable actions individuals affected by D-Waves might get up to.
Huh? Are you talking about us?
Unfortunately,
You heard about the Honkai Star Rail Fate collab? Of course I have. I was talking about it just earlier. And I've mentioned it in my Waifu Monthly recap videos.
When you say unpredictable actions, what do you
Yes,
mean?
it needs a better anime. One by UFO Table.
It's hard to say. I suppose that's why I said it's unpredictable, genius.
Who are you, barging in here acting all high and mighty?
I am Privity from Triangle. We are a defense force employed by the central government to respond to forces which pose threats to the Ark.
What a long-winded explanation.
As far as you're concerned, I'm Privity from Triangle. At any rate, my official role here is to conduct surveillance, but I can also offer general support. I overheard that you're looking for a power plant nearby.
Yes, that's right.
I know the location. The central government's field units received updated maps of the surface. Huh?
Why just you? Wouldn't it be better if everyone got a copy?
Beats me. I suppose we're lucky that way.
Yeah, right. They're just
No,
keeping
well,
us in line by
UFO
laying out
Table
information
works
piecemeal.
with Aniplex as a publisher or something like that, yeah?
The central government does no such thing.
That's precisely what a squad member in the Central Government Special Forces would say.
UFO Table? No, it's not. They said online that it's UFO Table.
Do you want the location
There was an
of the
official
power
Twitter
plant or not?
announcement
Oh,
where they
by
made
all
that
means,
clear.
so
So I'm gonna
kind
go
as
with
to
them,
grace
even
us
though
with
it sounds
location,
kind of
almighty
wonky.
officer.
Yeah, I saw the Wit Studios Zenless Zone Zero. I've got next Tuesday, or yeah, a week from today, the waifu files of Zenless Zone Zero, Part 2, which covers everything up until Chapter 2, or what do they call it, Season 2. Did you come here alone, Privity?
No, I brought support. I predict that she'll prove quite helpful. Although, I'll have to wait and see if I'm correct in that assumption. This place is full of uncertainties.
I didn't
and
know that
she's the
about the
only one I can
table.
think of who
I
would
just
be
knew
able
that
to
their little
handle it.
splash screen had a UFO, like, abduct a little dude in the thing for the
Stop
Kata no
dragging it
Kyokai
out and
movies.
Just tell us who it is for crying out loud.
She hung back to investigate the entrance. She'll be here soon.
The entrance is all clear, Miss Privity. Wow, look at all these new faces.
Elig?
Howdy! I'll be taking part in this D-Wave operation. I look forward to working with you all.
So yes, one of my least favorite Nikkes gets another event, mainly because she's like
I'm sorry,
the tech
but
geek.
is there any chance you could come down?
Let me have my fun!
Anybody who recognizes the greatness of the tetrapod must be a good person.
Upon leaving, joining the group and gazing upon the tetrapod, Elig completely loses it. Clinging to one of the thrusters, she rubs her whole body against it and sniffs it vigorously.
I can't believe such a magnificent transport aircraft exists! I know that we just met, but would it be okay if I took this apart and got a better look? Please?
If, by your own admission, you know it's an inappropriate question, why would you ask it?
You got Yishuan.
But taking something apart is the same as assembling it, just in reverse! I'll be able to put it back together perfectly.
I'm still waiting for them to give me another
Don't
chance
you
at
dare.
rolling for Caesar.
Hurry up and
She
come
hasn't
down,
shown up on a
will you?
reroll yet at all. I don't even know how she got up there.
That's why she's perfect for this kind of mission, in more ways than one. Now then, let me give you a rundown of the current situation.
I'd say Caesar's like the only one of the existing
Other than
agents
those
in
three showing
Zenless
up,
that I still
no
want to get.
anomalies caused by the D-Wave have been observed. However, the severed arm of a Nikke was retrieved from the lake, while some of your members were fishing, no less. The combat assistant robot found in the scrap heap
I would have
seems to
liked
know
Bernice
something about
if
this,
she had her
and keeps
skirt
hinting
lowered.
that there might be something on the
That's
ground
like my main
floor, but
thing.
refuses
Lower
to
the skirt,
elaborate.
and then I would love Bernice.
In order for us to investigate
But I'm kind
the
of
ground
stubborn,
floor further,
very
the
stubborn in
electricity
saying
flowing
no.
throughout the lake first
You've fallen
needs to
into
be
my
cut
pet
off and the water
peeve,
drained.
which is when they do like midriff but not fully
It
committed.
seems the power is most likely coming from an unmanned power plant nearby, so the power there needs to be shut off.
How many gotchas do you play?
Did I
There's
get
FGO, there's Nikke,
That's correct.
there's Zenless, and now there is Honkai Star Rail.
A lovely summary, almighty one.
Good. Then let's head to the power plant. I'll lead the way. Elig, come down.
Huh? Why?
We need to go to the power plant.
Why?
We need to cut the electricity flowing inside the lake.
The lake is electrified? No kidding. Anyway, we don't have to bother with all that. I saw a dedicated generator for this facility near the entrance. All we need to do is go there and pull the lever.
Excuse me?
If I take care of that,
Neverness to
you help
Everness.
you repair the tetrapod?
Well, the problem is that one looks almost exactly like freaking Ananta to me. And I was already really
yeah,
excited
sure,
about
I
Ananta,
guess.
or Project Mugen, or whatever they were calling it back
Hey.
in the day.
Why aren't we being consulted?
Both
Just
games
leave her.
look kind of
Let's
like
see what happens.
Genshin Impact meets like GTA. and I'm not sure which one to go with. It's like the comparison between Genshin Impact and Wuthering Waves, which are like both perfectly good games in their own right, but they're also incredibly similar to each other. Ellie kisses the tetrapod repeatedly before finally coming down.
Jeez, she really loves the tetrapod.
Oh, they're definitely new. I'm just saying that, like, we're getting a pair of extremely similar games coming out right at the same time, forcing us to pick and choose.
No.
Of course I've heard of Wuthering Waves. The protagonist from Wuthering Waves was part of my Waifu of the Year 2024.
Can I tag along? I want to see what the generators in this world look like.
A lot of the questions you seem to ask would be answered if you followed my my channel's videos a little more clearly. Hint, hint, please watch my content.
Alec and I are gonna head out, along with Lily over here.
You can learn a whole lot about me from just those videos.
We should give the newly introduced characters a chance to shine.
Okay, fine. Reach out if anything happens.
Will do.
I appreciate you asking the questions here, though, but yeah.
This lever here is meant to cut off all the power in case of an emergency. All we've got to do is pull it, and voila!
It looks more primitive than I expected.
The more primitive something looks, the more stable it is.
I think I know what you mean. If a system is too complex, even a small malfunction can render it useless.
Precisely. That's why I don't like machines that try to combine multiple functions into one device. Except for game controllers, that is. The more features those have, the better. Anyway, most machines work best when they stick to a simple purpose.
Too true. There's nothing worse than when keyboards have a power button built in.
Oh wow, so you have those in your world too?
And enter keys are too small.
Did you ever get a winner for the Holy Waifu Wars? I don't think so. I mean, it was basically just arranging them in a massive tier list.
And arrow keys lined up in a straight row. Sounds like you have those.
So you could pretty much just say the one that was at the top of the ranks was the winner.
Yes. Evil truly does transcend worlds. So if we pull this
But the
lever,
Waifu Files
it will
has
cut
totally
all power
eclipsed
to
the Holy
city,
Waifu Wars in the sense
and
that
thus the electricity
it was
coursing
too
through
hard
the
to
lake?
create polls that were in any way satisfying, and
All
enough
right,
people would
here
actually
we
like
go.
vote on them and such.
Wait!
I was having a hard time with the engagement.
What if there are still survivors in the city?
It's much better to chronicle the waifus that exist and let you guys decide for yourselves which ones are your
How
favorites.
can you know for sure?
Official declarations from the central government state there are no human survivors on the surface.
How can we trust that? You never know. They might be lying.
The central government would never lie.
Eleg. She knows more than anyone the lies of the central government. I can't remember if they actually wiped her memory or tried to wipe her memory before, but either way, she definitely knows. She knows the secret of the power plant, or like how the Ark gets its power.
The central government is responsible for maintaining law and order inside the Ark. We must have faith in them.
And what are your personal thoughts, Privity?
Me? I trust them. Unquestioningly.
But if you never question something, what meaning does trust even have?
Lily, was it? You must have something you believe in as well, yes?
I do. I believe in Mother Sphere.
Is that your world's equivalent of the central government?
To believe in Mother Sphere is to have faith.
Do you like the spirit behind the Waifu Files a little more than the Holy Waifu Wars? The option for engagement. Yeah, it was something like that, Sooty Thunder.
I see.
And it's actually revealed to us, because even in that event, we didn't learn the secret. It wasn't until after Rappy's event, which they still haven't put on the thing for me to re-show for you guys. I was going to stream more Nikke as soon as that happens.
Would you ever deny what Mother Sphere has told you? Would you refute anything she said?
No, that would be blasphemy.
Right. Then you and I have something in common.
The lever has been pulled.
You can take your hand off the lever, Miss Privity.
Huh?
I just realized the ground floor is controlled by another lever. I already pulled it.
I see.
Yeah, Saber Wars got a manga, not an anime, but
So
that
you
manga
can let
looks
go of
really
that
good,
one.
by the way.
All right.
Privity tries to release the lever, but her fingers refuse to budge. Helig walks over and slowly pries Privity's fingers off one by one.
You've got a death grip on this lever. You must have been awfully nervous.
Yeah, it's got that dirty pear vibe. It really does.
Miss
I love it.
Privity, Miss Lily, there are times when having blind faith in something isn't ideal. It's fine to keep an open mind and look for other methods on occasion. When following something unconditionally becomes too difficult, choosing another path can help.
Okay. Thank you, Ellen.
No problem!
After cutting off the power in the generator room, Elig joins the others in repairing the tetrapod, while Privity watches over from a higher vantage point. The rest of us stare at Neon, who is crouched in front of the lake.
All right. I'm going to put it in. Just stick your hand in the water already. You haven't got all day. But the water might still be electrified. The electricity's been cut off. You never know. Good grief, move over. I'll do it. Okay, I'm going. I knew that would scare you. Pretty funny, huh? Yeah, hilarious.
Yes, the Nikke are mostly robot, but they have their human brains. But even then, their human brains are injected with nanomachines called the Nymph, which help more or less keep them under control.
Now all that's left is to drain the water from the lake.
How do we do that, though?
Well, I think what they're hinting at is that, fundamentally speaking, Nikkes are raptors.
I doubt that the draining system is working as intended.
Mostly machine. They're not fully like androids in that they're artificial intelligence.
It's probably being blocked by something.
Some kind of obstruction.
So technically they're like a really high-end cyborg, yes, like a fully cybertized body.
Is it what I think
It's exactly the same as in Ghost in the Shell, apparently.
Probably.
For at least most of the characters in Ghost in the Shell.
I'll dive in and check.
Like the Major.
You can swim?
She's got her human brain.
Of course I can.
Oh, that's right, so can I.
Can Nikkes not swim?
Nope, they weigh too much. Poor Rappy. It's true. Okay, bad joke, but it is true they can't swim. I thought they just sank.
I see. Well,
Which means
I
they're
think
too
it's best
heavy.
that you stay here. It's best for commanders to stay out of harm's way.
They need a special body just to be able to swim, which is what the whole Dave the Diver situation was about. This event leans into the Rapture and Nikke being one and the same even more than the end of this event. Yeah, this event does that too.
That's often a problem for us, since Master likes to overexert himself.
Yeah, they had special bodies for that
I'll
one.
check the drainage area and see if there are any obstructions that need to be removed.
How long can you hold your breath?
Not sure. I've always finished what I needed to do before it became an issue.
What? You've never run out of breath underwater?
Nope, never.
How does that make any sense?
I'll show you. I'll be back.
Wait, you should send a signal to let us know if you're in trouble. Sploosh. Eve dives into the water with perfect form.
Maybe we could toss in some fishing line? That way she could grab on and pull herself out if she needs to. I don't think that would do much.
Let's just wait here for now. If we feel something is wrong, then we'll go in immediately and...
I mean, that all depends. I mean, I guess if you can transplant a human's brain into a robot's body, you could somehow grow a human body and put that brain in it. But usually a lot of people become Nikke as an alternative to them just dying. They're like, well, you're gonna die, you might as well stick your brain in a robot so you can keep living.
We won't be able to save someone who's submerged in water.
If anything happens, I'll go in.
Okay. If anything happens, you'll have to take over.
So as a result, it's never been done because they don't have a way of growing organic human bodies. And at the same point, at that point, you
Trained
have to
divers
ask
can
yourself,
stay underwater
are
for
you
over
really
10 minutes.
any more or less human than you were before?
I can't wait anymore.
Are they immortal?
Fishing line.
That's a good question. They can certainly live a hell of a lot longer, but since their brains are biological, I've always wondered just how long they would be able to live. I think the logic is a little more loosey-goosey in the lore there. I'll go in. First, let's attach some fishing line to me. We hurriedly wrap a fishing line around my waist. I'll be back. While I'm gone, be sure to... Sploosh. Eve emerges from the lake, sending water spraying every which way. She lifts herself out of the water and stares at us.
Are you trying to fish by using the commander as bait?
Not quite.
The drainage system is working fine. Nothing is blocking the main system.
Then the problem must be with one of the drain pipes connected to it.
Yes. There's probably a blocked drain pipe somewhere on the outskirts of the city.
Okay, let's go investigate.
What was inside the lake?
The ground floor seems to have been some sort of plaza. I saw some benches and streetlights.
You know that's not what I'm asking.
On the floor, there were 3 bodies, lying on top of a door. One of them was missing an arm.
On top of a door, you said?
Yes. Maybe they died while they were trying to get inside somewhere. There were traces of welding marks on the outside of the door.
I think we need to try talking to Com again. We found 3 dead Nikkes on top of what appears to be a large door on the ground floor. Do you know anything about that?
No, I don't.
What's behind that door?
I don't know.
Com is unintelligent and doesn't know much.
Shut up. I'm not dumb.
If you were smart, then you would be able to answer.
I won't fall for such simplistic provocations.
No, I didn't know Nikke was coming back, or
Psychological warfare.
Nier was coming back again.
Never thought I'd live to see the day where 2 robots are bickering.
Can't we just pry it open and parse through its data?
Yes, but we don't have the necessary tools.
They do in the Ark.
Well, we're not in the Ark, are we?
We could take it.
Take it where?
I was going to mention this earlier. Finding an old robot like this is a rare occurrence. It could contain valuable historical data. I've been waiting for the ideal time to take it back to the Ark and examine it. And now would seem to be the perfect time. If we're taking this one, it would be good if Rome came too, since it has spent a lot of time on the surface as well.
I mean, I already did everything, unless they're adding new content or a new story, because, like, they had a second collab event with Evangelion, where they added new shit, but if you're talking about just a redo of the old one, then it's nice that I can just kind of take a break and let that do its thing. But, the Nikkes, like we just said, even though they're machines now, their human brains still want them to live like humans. And so, like, even though they don't have to eat or go to the bathroom, do the things that normally a Nikke would have to do, or a human would have to do, it's important for a Nikke to still experience human-like things like that, or they'll suffer what you call a mind switch, which basically just causes them to go kind of crazy. Yeah, so that would be the idea there, is you have to take care of the Nikkes psychologically, even though they're robos.
What will happen to it after you bring it to the Ark?
The data it contains will be analyzed in detail.
And after?
After that, the central government will handle it.
So it wouldn't be sent back to the surface?
Most likely, no.
I need to collect artifacts and build a second Ark. I need to stay on the surface.
You'll take me to the Ark? I'd rather self-destruct than go there.
Khan does not have the ability to self-detonate. It is a bluff.
I won't send Rome and Calm to the Ark.
Commander, then you clearly don't care about the safety of the Ark.
What?
Although we don't know precisely what kind of data these two robots contain, it is highly probable that whatever it is will be of immense value to the Ark. At the very least, we could ascertain how frequently they encountered raptures in the areas they've been previously.
Well, in actual game of Stellar Blade itself, we don't really get to see a lot of Raven.
Robots that have operated
It's just
solo
her,
on
like,
the surface
messages
for
she
an
leaves
extended
behind.
period are
And then her
exceedingly
confrontation with
uncommon.
Eve, and at that point she's very emotionally compromised. So getting able to hear her feelings on things ahead of time
They will
is pretty
absolutely
important.
be useful to the Ark. That much is
So yeah, I
certain.
do agree with you, City.
I appreciate that you have respect for other people and objects. That's why I like you. However, I don't want you to run afoul of the top brass because of it.
I can't believe you just said that!
What?
You just said you like him.
I did? No, I meant I respect him as a soldier, not anything romantic.
That better be what you meant.
Of course it was. What are you insinuating? Anyway, I know you have a proclivity for stubbornness, Commander. But please, for once, I'm asking you to compromise on this.
I don't think they can go to the bathroom, but they can eat.
The data these two robots contain is more valuable than you can
I'm just saying that's one of the
possibly imagine.
things that if they could do it, or at least act like they did, or whatever. Sleeping is important too.
Fine. How about this then? We'll designate Rome and Com as honorary members of the Counter Squad. That way, no one will be able to mistreat them.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That will
Well, yeah, a
also
lot of Nikke
justify
can
us
lose
sending
their
them right
nymph
back
and
to
be
the
totally
surface
fine
after
with
we've
it.
analyzed their data. I'll personally ensure that it's done.
I will be the commander's colleague. How exciting.
You were my colleague from the start.
How exciting. So exciting.
Are you okay with going to the Ark, Rome?
I'm okay. I'm curious about the Ark.
I won't go. The moment I set foot in a filthy cesspool like that, my brain is likely to rot.
You do not have a physical brain, and it will not rot.
Sorry, Com, but you don't have much of a choice here. Either cooperate with us and accept the deal, or we'll leave you entirely at the mercy of the Ark.
I suppose that settles it then.
Is romance bad for Nikkes? No, absolutely not. It's just that a lot of the Nikkes are jealous of the commanders getting a lot of it, or this commander getting a lot of attention from various Nikke.
You see? I told you I could get things done.
Who are you talking to?
Which is funny because the commander does have relations with the other Nikke.
No one. It's nothing.
During the summer event, they
I'll
like
get moving,
make
along
out and
with
shit
Rome
with
and
Sakura.
Com, once you're done checking out the drain pipes. I'll mark the location on the map for you.
I always wonder though, if a Nikke were trying to do like Cowgirl, and she's supposedly that heavy, wouldn't it like crush you?
This place is very wet, very squishy. Not good for treads.
There will be a lot of water pulled up in that area. Usually there'd be equipment preventing that from happening, but the place hasn't exactly been maintained as of late.
That means that water has been continuously seeping out. Even if it does so at varying speeds, there's a high chance that there's an obstruction of
Nikke
some
Fate
kind
collab
there.
when? I don't know,
That's
Fate's
moved
done
out
a
of the way.
lot of
Water will
collaborations.
drain.
I'll take a look around. Is the scan function still not working?
Nope, it's been kaput ever since we arrived.
I mean, of course, we've seen the Rule 34 equivalent,
exact,
and they
the
just
scan
ignore the
function
fact that
is
Nikke are that
operational, but
heavy.
it's not detecting anything.
Ms. Lily, Mr. Adam, and I were discussing that a few moments ago. When we tried to scan the tetrapod's power source and detailed schematics, it was like looking through a lens that was fogged up.
Despite the fact that everything seemed normal to me.
Same for me. Adam and I took the opposite approach and took apart some of Eleg's machines. Parts that we were already familiar with showed up clear as day, but when it came to the power source or detailed schematics, the results came back blurred beyond recognition.
That must mean we can't share technology beyond our worlds.
It would seem so. However, that might be by design. Technology that we use here without a second thought could cause a quantum leap elsewhere. Gatekeeper could be doing this deliberately to maintain a sort of balance, negating anything that could cause a major shift between different worlds.
That's unfortunate. It would have been nice to take something back.
I know. It pretty much shatters the dream of sharing technology between worlds.
That's a shame, for sure. We might have come across some useful
You
discoveries.
just finished Yulha's Bond story, and it's pretty heavily implied that we made great use of the hotel room that they got.
At least you'll always be able to retain the memories. Is something wrong, Eve?
Shoot, which one is Yulha?
Nothing's wrong. It's just... that was a rather poetic line, Rome.
I know many good lines.
Tell me again why you had to tag along.
I might discover new
Well,
artifacts.
the free unit, as in she's probably not that good. I don't care. She's cute. I'm gonna keep her. I'm gonna level her up anyway.
You're nothing if not industrious.
I always work hard.
Is that your main function? Gathering artifacts?
Affirmative. That is what I must do.
Why?
I do not remember. I do remember. It is my duty.
Doesn't it get boring?
No, it does not. Because it is something I must do.
I think I could learn a few things from you.
What do you do in your own world, Eve?
Me? I fight with Nikke.
All the time.
Yes, all the time.
Doesn't that become monotonous?
I never gave it much thought. It was something I had to do, and so I did it.
Same as me.
I suppose you're right. You and I are pretty similar.
Nobody move. Rapture's detected up ahead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, isn't Yulha also the one with, like, shark teeth? She slept with the... the commander.
That's almost certainly a drainage pipe, but I don't see any raptures. Could they be hiding? Waiting to attack?
Yes, they're lying in wait.
Hold on. How did you know that, Neon? Instinct. Instinct developed through firepower.
Well, I showed you guys before in a previous stream
They're
that...
hiding underground.
What's her
waiting to
face?
ambush us.
God, I can't remember her name either. She's like the military Nikke. The one that's just like a dedicated soldier.
Why would they bother hiding out here? I thought the surface was desolate.
Yeah, Delta. That Delta
Rapture
basically
ambushes
gives you a
operate
BJ
slightly
at
differently
the end of
from the
hers.
ambushes we know.
It's pretty
They'll
strongly
find places
implied.
likely to be frequented by humans.
They do it very subtly.
And then lie in wait for ages.
But, yeah.
They most likely concluded that either humans or Nikkes would come to this place due to the flowing water, and decided to wait. It's entirely possible they've been waiting here for decades.
Persistent.
They certainly are.
Do they feed on humans or Nikkes?
No, they simply kill them.
That makes their persistence even stranger.
Yes, it does.
Rappy, let's get started.
Affirmative. Engaging enemy.
Let's do this!
Roger.
It's not like official romance, like there's like no diet. Well, yeah. Oh yeah, the developers really went all out with this game. With a resounding roar, the surface of the lake begins to recede. Before long, the entire lake has been drained, revealing the ground floor in its entirety. The first thing that catches my eye is the 3 fallen Nikkes. Their bodies have become overgrown with moss, making them look like a part of the natural landscape. I cautiously head down to the ground floor.
Confirmation of death. No surprise there. And for a long time at that. I'm not even picking up any brain activity.
Yes, D.
If I may.
Privity steps forward and searches the bodies of the fallen Nikkes.
There doesn't seem to be any data stored inside. Then again, even if there was, it would have almost certainly been damaged by the water and electricity. They're wearing dog tags, old models. These might help us find out something.
Rosanna, yep. I got all 3 of them now.
I'm going to head back to the Ark. I'll take Rome and Com with me and make sure they get to come back to the surface.
All right.
The Ark. I'm looking forward to it.
Of course you can bang robots. They're very built to be like humans.
I received a message from the Ark.
Which means they do function, at least to some extent. I don't think they can give birth.
This door underneath them has
which
welding
in some
marks.
people's minds might make that even better.
Considering
because then
which
you don't
side
need protection.
they're on, it must have been soldered from the outside.
I hope it wasn't done to keep people inside from getting out.
I hope so too.
How long will it take to open this up?
If we go full steam ahead, we should be able to pop it open quickly. If we're careful about it, I'd say maybe half a day.
How are the repairs in the tetrapod going?
All done! We've even finished running all the necessary tests. I may not have been able to do a deep dive into the schematics like I wanted, but it was still a fun project.
Okay, so to repeat, I know Sakura probably did it with the commander. You're saying Helm basically did it. Delta more or less did it. Who else did you say there was?
Repairing things is always a hoot.
Oh, Sharktooth. Yulha. You said Maria? The Bunny Twins, okay. Blanca Noir. If someone hasn't done it already, maybe I'll make a video.
Sorry to interrupt,
Helm gets so much favoritism because she's the director's wife's favorite Nikke.
but I just got a report confirming the location of Gatekeeper. It's approximately 20 kilometers from here in the old downtown area.
Nice. Sounds like they're making progress. So, if we deal with this Gatekeeper character, we might be able to return to our world?
That's right.
That's good news. But I don't think we'll be heading back anytime soon.
What? Why not?
Oh yeah, we were talking about D also.
Because a certain someone we know can never resist getting involved in other people's affairs.
Right.
Adam, Lily, I'm sorry, but I would like to delay our return for a while. I want to find out what's happening here and help in any way I can. I'm also curious to find out what's behind that door.
I knew it.
Yep, we totally called it.
Are you sure? Don't you need to hurry back? You're not duty-bound to help us by any means.
You helped with the repair of the tetrapod. And besides, do you always need a reason to want to help someone?
Wow. I can't remember the last time I heard someone speak in such lofty terms.
If you're willing to help, we certainly won't turn you down.
Then let's do something about that door first. Let's see. What tools should we bring?
Wearing it down with a grinder might be a good idea.
How about using a torch to pierce through it?
Or drilling a hole and packing it with explosives?
See you around, everybody.
Going to the Ark. How exciting.
The way Com's acting is making me nervous.
Yeah, it couldn't stop raving and ranting before. But now it's gone quiet.
Maybe it gave up. Or it's plotting something. Either way, don't worry. Its weapons have all
I'm
been
doing great,
removed,
Dawson.
and
How
Rome
about
will
you?
Keep an eye on it.
The Ark is traitorous. The Ark takes everything from you. The Ark is traitorous. The Ark takes everything from you.
Yeah, we've heard it all before. Talk about being a broken record.
The Ark is traitorous. The Ark takes...
I suggest we hurry for the sake of our own mental health, if nothing else. By the way, I just sent you a file, Commander.
What is it?
It's a detailed map of the area. I figured it might come in handy. It's highly classified, so make sure to keep a tight lid on it.
Oh, thank you.
Love sure does make us do foolish things. Like handing out confidential information like it's nothing.
What did you just say?
Nothing at all.
Anyway, I'll see you all later.
The Ark is traitorous. The Ark takes...
Be quiet, would you?
This is gonna be a long trip back.
Privity, Rome, and Calm leave.
Alright, let's keep watch over the area.
That's about the only thing we can do now.
Beyond the Door, Chapter B. The next day. How are things progressing?
Nearly finished. The welding wasn't as strong as we thought. We're being extra careful since we don't know what's inside, so it took longer than expected.
We just need to finish this last part. Should take an hour at most.
Okay, so you're nearly there.
I spent all of last night hammering away at this. I could use a good rest.
Go right ahead. I'll help with things over here.
I really appreciate that. Thanks.
Oh, no you don't, Adam. No slacking.
What do you mean? It's almost finished anyway. It's not like I can be of much more help.
You could help with the cleanup.
You already said that, Sooty. And I already responded to it as well. I'll take care of that. You go rest, Adam.
You see? He says it's fine.
Oh, fine. Go.
Come on, Ms. Lily. Give Mr. Adams some slack. He did a good job helping us.
Yeah, what she said. It's not easy being an assistant to two engineers. All right then. I appreciate you.
Commander,
I appreciate you.
I need you to hurry over to the city entrance.
Why, is something wrong?
We've got a big problem.
Alright, I'll be over. Sorry.
It's okay.
Rappy, I'm here. What's going on here? At the city entrance, Privity lies, collapsed on the ground. Rome appears to be completely shut down. And there are three familiar figures standing before them.
I found them lying somewhere on the surface, so I brought them here.
This young lady is not too grievously injured. Still, it would be most dangerous to simply leave her where we found her.
I've already administered some basic first aid, but do you have any medical equipment around?
Ah, you're doing janitor work. I see. Faraday cages, yeah. What are you all doing here? No, first off, what happened to Privity and Rome?
Focus. We need to treat these two first.
Yeah, the only one of these frickin' pilgrims that kept her voice
Point me
was
where I need
Rapunzel.
to go and I'll treat them.
Make haste.
Poor Scarlet definitely suffered the worst from it, though. Because Scarlet's original VA was, like, phenomenal. Okay.
Finished.
How's Privity doing?
She should wake up soon.
Phew, that's a relief.
How about Rome?
Luckily, it was just a fuse that was pulled out. I'll turn the power back on now.
Commander,
Rome, are you okay?
I'm fine. I simply went offline for a moment. Is Privity okay?
She's fine, don't worry.
I was just gonna say, though, yeah, the original Stellar Blade game doesn't really give Raven enough development. We pretty much only meet her in the context of being pissed at Eve, so we don't understand why so much that she's pissed at Eve until it's the main spoiler.
That's good.
Oh yeah, all these gacha games are having voice changes due to the protests and stuff. What happened? Where's Calm?
We encountered the Rapture on the way.
In this case, Snow White and Scarlet.
Privity fought hard.
I assume it's stuff from SAG-AFTRA?
So did I. But then, Calm...
The same kind of issue that
Privity
Hoyo is
unconscious
dealing with.
and
Lots
ran
of voice
away.
actors are struggling with that these days.
I had to protect Privity, so I fought against the Rapture. but I couldn't win. Right before I went offline, I saw 3 white figures.
I made a video talking about the importance of an English dub, or more specifically, how important it is that a dubbed character have the same voice consistently. No, they didn't get replaced by AI. They're protesting so that they don't get replaced by AI, or they don't want to have their voice work used as training data for the AI. Which is kind of funny because people can already archive a bunch of a VA's clips and then run that through a AI and clone it anyway. So it's like, yeah.
But it just so happened you all were nearby.
But they don't want that happening on a corporate level, I guess. A real stroke of luck indeed. Thanks for saving them.
'Tis but a small matter. No need for thanks.
She used to be like, "'Tis but a small matter. No need for thanks." She used to be more like elegant and perhaps a little more laid back because she's often drunk. Scarlet, the character, yeah.
What are you all doing here anyway?
Oh, we're...
Mr. Commander!
There's a good number of voices that didn't change, but yeah.
Get back here!
Yes, as they were protesting, they refused to work, which resulted in them getting recast. I'll be right there. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Take your time.
They're sending us back and forth.
Could you give me something to eat while I wait? Otherwise, I might get bored.
Snow White, don't be like that.
Honestly, it's a matter of when it happens in corporate. Darth Vader AI basically turned all the corporate heads. I guess so, but in that case, the dude literally signed off saying, you can use my voice as Darth Vader for, like, future projects. Maker of Black Lagoon is fighting his depression and winning. Oh, that's fantastic. Elig, what's wrong?
Inside. Behind the door.
I mean, Tome, do you remember what the truth of the matter is in Stellar Blade? I stopped mid-sentence. A dark space lies where the door used to be. Standing against that darkness is a figure. An old man. Who stares at me silently. What in the world?
Mr. Commander. It's a human.
Memories tell her to be continued. Now for story number 2. Oh, I could get my... Oh, shit. It refreshed me because it's a new day.
Eve, Adam, Lily. I hope we meet again someday.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it rhetorically, like, I wonder why she's like that. What did they tell her to make it that way? Gotcha.
We've done everything we can.
You know the answer, you're just asking it. As a matter of course.
This place will become ruins now. What a shame.
You're getting a bunch of VA who are getting older who will be thinking about what they can leave behind for their families. Like if Ubisoft went to Michael Ironside and went. And now here's where the story really gets good.
You guys are...
The machines connected to the old man start to blare noisily.
Heart rate rising rapidly. Deep breaths. Vital signs weakening. Moving to resting area.
The old man's wheelchair moves autonomously, carrying him back into the darkness. But yeah, I mean, there are going to be voice actors who would like to be immortalized through AI, which is a pretty unique circumstance compared to the voice actors who are living. The last thing they want to do, though, is see people rip their voices and clone them so they don't have to pay the original voice actors anymore. And that's what would suck. But in this case, you're talking about supporting their family and their estate. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. That's a bit of a different thing. So if there's any negotiations SAG-AFTRA-wise, I'm sure that might be part of it, but I don't know.
I can't believe it. Did I just see what I think I saw? Was that a human survivor on the surface?
I think so.
I thought there officially weren't supposed to be any survivors up on the surface.
I'm starting to get sick and tired of all this official talk. Sounds to me more like orders rather than stating the actual facts.
What do you mean?
Never mind. I don't mean much by it. Forget I said anything.
Anyway,
He's probably criticizing Mother's fear in that situation.
Is up here.
It's more than that. It's a complete upheaval of everything we've been led to believe up until now. Mr. Commander, we have to tell the others about this.
You're right. Let's tell them, fill them in on what's happened.
Are we not going to follow him inside?
I think we should share this information with our other team members first. To be honest, I have no idea what the protocol is here. That's true. Because they're guaranteeing that after he passes, other people cannot take the place of Darth Vader as an impersonator or follower.
Yeah, it doesn't
Or
make
understudy,
any
there we
sense.
go, that's the right word.
Shouldn't we check out what's beyond that door?
I don't know. Shouldn't we report it first?
How about we investigate as we report?
No, we should report as we investigate.
Jesus.
How about investigating during the investigation?
Or reporting as we report?
I think we all need to calm down. Commander, let's report to Deputy Chief Anderson first, and then ask Privity for assistance. We're going
Anderson's
to have
the
to
only
get
other one
central
we can
government
trust.
involved on this.
Okay, that sounds right. Let's report to Ingrid. I mean, Mustang, wait.
Good grief. I can't sit here listening to any more of this.
Privity gets up. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. The back of my head stings a little, but it's nothing major. So, you found a survivor on the surface? I'll file a report straight away and take all necessary actions. You should all go back to the ground floor to investigate.
Okay, thanks for the advice.
What was I doing lying down anyway? The last thing I remember is fighting a rapture on the way to the Ark.
Calm tackled you and sent you flying. You hit the back of your head really hard.
What?
You fainted, and the White Three saved us.
The who?
Speaking of which, where did they go?
They all...
I'd like to track down that calm character.
Why is that?
Snow White, may I remind you not to speak with your mouth full. Where did you even get all that food anyway?
There is a big pile of it sitting here. It didn't seem to belong to anyone, so I went for it. There's plenty to go around. So help yourself.
I'll apologize to Believer later.
That would be best. But pray tell, why dost thou wish to track down this robot?
The data contained in that robot is over 100 years old. Even if we personally can't find any use for it, it would be of immense value to the Ark.
Sounds like a reasonable argument to me. Let's track it. Very well. Let the pursuit be underway.
I want to stay and help Believer, but we must hurry.
Don't worry. He can take care of himself. That's right. He has things under control. Although, there is something that makes my soul grow restless. I feel that I've laid mine eyes on that woman before.
Are you talking about me?
Egats! How long have you been following us?
So if you guys don't know, before this event happened in Stellar Blade, they had a collaboration DLC with Nikke. So you could put Eve in various Nikke girls' costumes, but more so than that, they added a special boss fight where Eve got to fight Scarlet. So she's talking about some nostalgia from that, perhaps.
I have a feeling that I've met you before too.
You do?
Yes. Although I can't pinpoint it.
Dost thou utilize a blade?
Indeed I do.
I haven't played the DLC for that yet, no.
No wonder. I desire to unsheath.
I've beaten Stellar Blade like 3 times.
Well then, shall we
on
have
various
a duel?
difficulties.
What dost thou say to that?
Finally did it on hard mode.
Scarlet?
Very well. My excitement got the
I think
best
they're
of
playing
me.
loose with the canon here.
We have
They're
urgent
kind of
matters
like
to attend
hinting
to, so we'll have
that
to
they might
resume
somehow
this at a later
remember
date.
something about each other.
Do you need to leave right now?
I believe so.
There, sister, please inform Believer that time is of the essence, and so we left in a hurry.
Okay. I'll relay the message.
See you around. Next time, you and I shall have a proper palaver.
Okay.
Thoughts on Arknights?
They all left to track down
It
Collab.
looked really good at first, and there are some really nice waifu in it, but not as much as its competitors anymore, in my opinion. And the anime turned out to be, like, fairly incomprehensible to somebody who hadn't already played the game.
Wait a second.
Is easily the hardest boss fight. Her normal boss fight is harder than the final boss, hard
From the
mode.
way you described it,
Yeah.
it sounds like the
I've
people
heard-
who saved
I've heard that.
Romilly were pilgrims.
Perhaps.
What a rare opportunity. Oh well. I suppose there are more urgent things at play now than a few pilgrims. I'll go contact command. The rest of you go investigate
Most of
the
Stellar
ground
Blade's
floor.
challenges are pretty fair challenges, though. Like,
Sure
they're
thing.
hard, but they're totally doable. They're not, like, exclusively because they're just so punishing that it's no fun and it ruins your spirit. It kind of, like when you lose in Stellar Blade, you're like, alright, let me try again. I'm ready to do this and better. It's very different attitude. After descending a long flight of stairs underneath the door, we enter into a vast, empty space. The sound of our footsteps echoes throughout the surroundings, which are dark and damp. Only a few scattered lights illuminate the interior.
Where do you think the power is coming from?
I'm not sure, but judging by how dimly lit this place is, I'd wager it's a pretty basic generator.
It doesn't seem like it's being drawn from the city.
No, I don't see anything on the walls or ceiling that seems to be supplying electricity.
Okay, good. I was getting worried that I was the only one who thought that.
Torn pieces of fabric, fragments of wood, and scattered stones lie all over the floor. See you later, Jens. You hope your mother's surgery tomorrow will be fun? Yes, absolutely. I didn't realize she was doing that. I wish your mother the best surgery possible. And you a good night. In the corner, there are makeshift beds, blankets, and simple utensils, which seem to indicate the area is, or was, inhabited. On one side of the wall rests a pile of canned food, and water containers which are half empty.
Seems like whoever is down here at least had the basics needed to survive.
It's awfully quiet, though. Do you think that old man is living here alone?
There's more than one bed, so I'd say probably not.
Oh yeah, Caitlin, didn't you say you had knee surgery as well? How is that going?
Or at least he wasn't originally.
Rappy, you see those things standing there? What do you think they are?
Scattered around the area are massive rectangular objects, which take up no small amount of space. Based on the faint warmth and sounds they're emitting, they almost seem to be...
They're definitely machines of some kind. Although I'm not sure what they're used for.
They remind me of tombstones.
As we continue exploring, something catches our attention. A small altar, atop of which lie countless lit candles standing in puddles of melted wax. It's by far the most brightly lit area amongst the otherwise crushing darkness. Framed pictures of smiling people are placed on the altar as well, making it resemble a shrine for the deceased. Eve walks over quietly and stops in front of it. After gazing at the shrine for a long time, she reaches out.
Greetings.
You scared me! Me too.
Nice to meet you. I'm Herman. I am but a humble artist who has been watching over this place.
He's more than a humble artist.
I'm sorry if I startled you.
He's dedicated as fuck.
It's been so long since I've seen any other being.
He had knee surgery on the 5th, and you're off work until July 8th. The pain is more manageable now. That's wonderful.
That I forgot how shocking my appearance might
Did they
be.
put in like a replacement or something? How does that work? It's alright. Are you okay though? You don't seem well.
This body of mine is on its last legs. I might be nearing the end of the line, but I can still speak.
Time for fluid intake.
Oh, excuse me for one moment.
Herman takes a drink of water from a cup, outfitted on the handle of his wheelchair.
A medical assistant's wheelchair. It's rather old, but the craftsmanship is impressive. It seems like an early prototype for the modern ones we use in the Ark.
I'm sorry.
Take your time.
Well, I don't exactly know when to start, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Shit.
Are you a human?
A mass, huh?
Yes, I'm a human. You of all people should know.
Well, it's good that you
but
got it
there's no
removed,
such
because
thing as male
yikes.
Nikkes.
May I ask how old you are?
I'm not sure.
I mean, what are the odds that it'd be like just a benign lipoma or something?
If I had to guess, around 145.
Wow.
It sounds funny saying it out loud like that.
You're like uber old.
For goodness sake, Neon, watch what you say.
It's all right. I suppose I have aged quite a bit.
Have you ever taken Evergreen?
Yes, I was lucky enough to receive it multiple times. But when I stopped taking it, my aging resumed, as you can tell by my, current state.
When did you first arrive in this place?
I came in here when I was in my 40s, so I suppose it's been over 100 years?
And you've been here that entire time?
Pretty much. I came here not long after the Rapture invasion.
No way. How is that even possible?
This place was built to last. It's an incredibly sturdy construction, so that's why I've been able to survive here for as long as I have.
But why did you stay here the entire time? Why not leave and go somewhere else?
The entrance was blocked. I couldn't get out even if I wanted to. Thanks to you all, however, I was finally able to feel the sunlight again.
Did you come here to stay hidden from the Raptures? This place feels like a bunker.
You're right. It is a bunker.
For a bunker, the facilities are a bit meager. There's only the bare minimum needed here to survive.
That's because it was built for a special purpose.
And what is that?
The purpose was, we came here for preservation, for our works to pass on to the future.
So this place was intended to pass down your work to future generations?
Did you discover anything beyond that door, by any chance?
Yes, there were corpses of 3 Nikkes. Do you know anything about that?
3 bodies? Ah, I see. So, they died. What fools, believing in such foolishness. Or maybe they had no choice? No, that's also foolish.
Did you know them?
That shouldn't have happened. I could have stopped them. What's the point of all this?
Herman suddenly wheels himself forward. He runs toward the towering tombstone like machines, and rams into one at full speed. Or attempts to, rather. At one point, he rapidly changes direction. The wheelchair topples over and scrapes against the floor. Herman is thrust from the wheelchair and lands on the floor.
Position abnormal. Position abnormal. Request assistance from nearby personnel.
We rush over towards Herman.
I'm sorry. My emotions got the best of me. I must be a disgraceful sight.
Don't worry about that. Are you okay?
Yes, I've calmed down. This was a city made up of artists. The residents here were free to let their creativity flow, and to share their works amongst themselves and the public. As a result, this place was a popular tourist destination. It was revered as a sacred space where art lovers from all around could gather. After the Rapture invasion, most of the residents were scattered every which way. But a few who were determined to pass on their work to future generations fought against the Raptures and tried to protect the artwork here. I was one of them. After moving all the artwork into the bunker I made, we fought with the Raptures for a long time. I sustained serious injuries in the fighting and subsequently had to rely on these machines to live. Some Nikkes moved by our cause joined us. The United Forces of Humanity used this city for their propaganda. They hailed us as artists who had taken up arms and used our story to boost morale. In return for our cooperation, they offered us support.
A fat lot of good that did.
One day, the UFH abruptly revoked all their support. It became impossible to transport all the physical art pieces to the bunker. So, we began backing them up digitally. People scanned blueprints and high-resolution images, made backups of programs and more.
Then, all these black machines must be...
Massive storage terminals containing all that data. They hold digital records of all the art ever created in this city.
And you've been here watching over them this whole time?
That's right. I hoped that one day rescue would come. But it never did. And I wasn't exactly in a position to be venturing out either.
So you've been here for over a century.
What about the other humans that fought alongside you?
At first, they stayed here with me. But they all either died or left.
What happened to the 3 Nikkes outside? What's the story behind that welded door? Why did you try to ram into one of these storage terminals? Are you okay? Whoa, hey!
He's fainted.
Physical condition severely compromised. Rest immediately.
Let's try and move him somewhere. Lay him down.
It's okay. I just need to rest for a moment. I'm sorry. But I think we'll have to pick this conversation up later. You're free to take a look around. Just don't break anything, please.
The data in these terminals really is all pertaining to art. It's incredible how much is here. I'm no art expert, but I'm pretty sure this is going to make waves. I can see the headline now. Humanity's artistry once lost, found once again.
Even if it's only in digitized form, it's remarkable how much has been preserved.
You think it'd be okay if I installed Boom here?
I'm not sure what that is, but I have a feeling that you shouldn't.
I guess you're right.
How about no?
What's the condition of these terminals?
Really good. I can't believe how well they've been maintained. The bunker's power supply is mostly being used to keep these terminals up and running, so they're honestly in great shape. There is one thing that's bothering me, though. There seem to be recordings of the bunker's interior as well, but they stopped about 40 years ago.
The data's not corrupted, is it?
No, it's fine. Data itself doesn't decay organically.
It must be that the hardware itself has aged and begun to deteriorate.
I think so.
Do you think it can be fixed?
If you help me, absolutely.
All right then. Let's give it a shot. I'll do what I can to help.
Sounds good.
This plot certainly seems to be thickening.
Indeed.
This plot's thicker than your thighs, Eve. And that's saying something.
Eve, it's not that I disagree with what you're doing, but we do have our own things to do.
I know. But I can't pretend as if I could see this
Zaxby's?
and move on.
I have never heard of Zaxby's.
What if it ends up taking
So
some time
my
to
answer is
resolve?
no.
We'll reconsider our approach if and when that
Fried
time
chicken
comes.
quesadillas? That does sound rather intriguing.
In the meantime,
how does that
let's do
work
what we
though?
can to
'Cause
help.
is it like just like a flat chicken fillet
Eve, this
fried
is
on
not
there?
your fight. Do you have nothing better to do?
Probably adds a
Quite the
significant crunch to your ordinary quesadilla.
Then are you looking for excitement?
No,
Are you expecting a reward?
not that either.
So you don't have much free time, aren't looking for excitement, and don't expect a reward. Why are you helping then?
Beats me.
It's a southern
This
fast
isn't the
food
first
restaurant,
time
and they
this
put
has
fried
happened.
chicken inside of flour tortillas. It has ranch in them. Weird. That's very unconventional
I can't
for a
explain
quesadilla.
I just feel like I should.
But it does sound yummy. I would try it.
You are sentimental.
Sometimes
I like the
just
cut of
adding
this
fried
robot's
things
chin.
where they weren't fried before doesn't actually make it better, in my
You have not
opinion.
wiped off the black
Sometimes it
mold on
just
your
makes it
face.
too heavy
Would you
and
like me
caloric to
clean
fully
it off?
appreciate.
I take it back.
Can I speak my mind?
Go on, let's hear it. I'm curious to hear why you think this is more suspicious than usual.
Much appreciated.
Don't mention it.
First of all, I understand what this place is.
I went to this one restaurant and they did have some kind of like fried chicken burger thing, which was weird. It was
While
like
it is hard to believe, I can get past the fact a human has managed to
a
survive on the
fried
surface
chicken
for over
and a
100
burger
years.
all in a bun, and I was like, what? And I
also
thought it
get how
sounded
this
cool,
place is
but
packed to the
it just
gills with
didn't
digital
really
data on
work.
art. But setting all that aside, I simply don't trust this Herman guy. What if he's some deranged criminal or something?
But yeah, I don't live in the South,
That
so I
door was
wouldn't know.
welded shut from the outside, and the entire lake was electrified.
He looks pretty frail to me. I don't think he poses a threat to us.
I'm not talking about now, I mean before, when he was young.
If you're saying he intentionally welded the door shut and then electrified the water, it's not exactly the most efficient plan.
True. He's not a supervillain from a comic book after all.
Well, that's weird because McDonald's has had chicken nuggets for ages. But I guess the tenders are thicker, you know? Maybe Privity will be able to offer some answers as well.
I hope so. After all, we're talking about a human survivor up on the surface. After all these years, this is bound to become a major news story back in the Ark. Oh, we should tell Herman our names, so he can tell all the TV presenters about us. What? Why do you two look so grim?
No reason.
Yeah, it's nothing.
Privity reads over the reports she submitted. I know that Little Caesars recently did a pretzel crust pizza. And I didn't realize it until after I had already tried it out that the sauce is like pretzel cheese sauce, which was actually kind of cool. I appreciated that. It was novel. In it, she clearly and concisely illustrates the importance of finding a human survivor on the surface and why that individual must be protected. She's rather proud of how well written it is, especially given the lack of proper equipment in the immediate area. If Yulha were to see it, she might feel otherwise, but Privity personally can't find any faults with the writing. Privity scrolls to another section on her phone and reads the reply to her report. The document bears the authorized digital seal of the central government, confirming it as an official document. The response is lengthy, but none of the words register. Not due to the overall length or complexity of the text, but rather due to a single sentence contained at the bottom. Privity blinks several times and rereads the document from top to bottom, her eyes falling once again upon the very last sentence. The number of human survivors on the surface must be 0. The fuck? The fuck?
I can't say I'm surprised. I knew this would happen. Did they give a reason? Surely the oh-so-grand central government has an equally grand reasoning for this stance.
I did go to college, yes.
Whatever. If
Although,
you don't want to tell us,
it wasn't the
yourself.
most strategic move on my part to eventually go through film studies. I mean, maybe a tiny portion of it helped me with video editing, but to be fair, I could have easily taught myself the things I know now, like online, and not have incurred any degree of college debt. So really the best thing about going to college was perhaps the generalized experience of education, and it's where I met my wife, so yeah.
We could take the old man with us regardless.
Privity already issued the report, which complicates matters.
What do you mean?
Privity has been given strict orders not to bring in Herman. If we do otherwise, they're likely to charge her with insubordination.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But one way or another, we're bringing this guy back.
I know. I figured that's what you all would do.
How about we knock out Privity and then bring back Herman?
Because my speech is so refined? Interesting. I think I've just gotten better equipped at streaming and stuff over the years. But I did take some basic acting classes and stuff in college, and a vocal music one. Then we'd be guilty of unprovoked assault on a Nikke.
Oh, right. I didn't think about that.
Did the central government offer an explanation? If we know the reason behind their decision, we might be able to work around it.
1. The high possibility of rare infectious diseases. If he is infected with a disease that cannot be treated, the Ark will be in danger.
I did want to be a voice actor at one
2.
point.
The high possibility of him being a dangerous criminal which
So I
would naturally
suppose
pose a
that
threat
in a
to the
way what I
residents
do
of the
now is kind of a combination of all the things I wanted to do. I liked making movies and videos, I like voice acting, I like anime, and now it's all kind of bundled together as a content creator.
3. The high possibility of him being a Rapture spy, which would likely result in the leaking of vital information about the Ark and its location.
Haha, that's a new one.
4. The possibility of him not in fact being human. There is a chance that he might be a Rapture or another type of beast pretending to be human.
Oh, sure. That's totally it.
5. The possibility of it being a hitherto unreported new species which would pose a threat to the Ark.
Now they're really thinking outside the box.
I realize how absurd these reasons sound. They gave plenty more, close to 100 of them, the most important of which was the one given at the very end of their response. The number of human survivors on the surface must be 0. As far as they are concerned, the risks are far too great.
What a load of bull. They just don't want to entertain the possibility.
Oh yeah, the voice impressions when I stream FGO. Makes the story more enjoyable for a new player. Yeah, you're in Traum.
What do you mean by that?
If it's revealed that there are in fact
I like to think I've
survivors
gotten
on the
even
surface,
better
then the government
since
would
Traum.
naturally have to go searching for more.
Well, actually, Traum's not that far back.
That would mean devoting a whole bunch of resources with no guarantee that they turn up anything. So, they decided their best option was to insist that the figure is 0 and leave it at that.
I think that's an awfully big leap in logic.
If you want to see crazy in terms of food, look up Fat Sal's Big Fat Fatty. It's the actual name of the sandwich. And Big Fat Fat Milkshake challenges.
Any chance you
Just
could
saying
stop
the word
trembling
fat
while you
twice
speak?
somehow
Anything
does
I'd
make
be
it
less
worse.
convinced
It
that the
does.
central government has completely brainwashed you.
What was there? There was that like Heart Attack Grill somewhere. I forgot where it is, but there's that one too where like they make you dress in a hospital gown
What the? If
and
it
you
comes
step
to
on a
light that there are
scale before
survivors
you
on the
go in.
surface, it spells serious trouble for the
And if you don't
central
finish
government.
the food, they like, what do? They like thank you or something. I don't remember
all
what the
these
deal
years,
was.
They've been assuring us there's no one out there, and then it turns out it was all a lie? The oh-so-esteemed central government's reputation would take a serious nosedive.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way they'd do that.
Privity, take a good look at that document again. Explain to me, how else is this supposed to make any sense? We're going to take Herman with us. That's the least we can do. Right, Commander?
There was a place near me that's called the Fat Shack, and it's basically just like everything you could dream of fried, just for like people who are exceptionally high, seems to be the demographic. I didn't pull for Raven, but I pulled for Eve, and I've got her. Yes, it's what we must do.
Give me some time. I'll try to convince them.
How?
Herman doesn't look well. I'm not so sure he'd even survive the trip back to the Ark. If we borrowed the tetrapod, that would shorten the travel time, but if Stormbringer were to appear, there's no telling what would happen.
I can't remember which one Stormbringer is.
In other words, we don't have time to wait while you try and persuade the central government. Especially when we don't even know if you'll succeed.
The Commander will make sure you aren't faulted for this.
Do you think I'm only doing this to save my own skin?
Duh, why else?
Do you have any idea what would happen if people lost faith in the central government?
You made one multi-try for Eve?
Everything would fall apart. Everything! In a rigid society like ours, if the people cease to trust the one absolute authority, it's
Las
all
Vegas
over.
was the place with the heart attack grill, yeah. Cooking it in lard? Yeah, no, that doesn't even sound appetizing.
So, what are we supposed to do? Kill this innocent old man and head back? Sounds to me like that's what you're proposing.
Of course not. Don't be absurd.
Privity, please.
Especially in my opinion, like a huge component of
a reason to hate
a quality burger is what you put on top of it or under it as the sauce and condiments. We leave Privity, who stands motionless with her head bowed, and start moving. We serve as the Walmart headquarters and have local food businesses and mainstream ones. Yeah.
You have?
Yeah. Whenever it rains, the water flows down the roof, and it looks beautiful. I've even waited for it to rain before, just so I could see
The
it.
giant bird raptor. I guess it's been a while since I fought that thing.
That makes me happy.
I'm mixing it up with
Why is
the
that?
dragon.
I'm the one who designed this
Nihilister.
roof.
No way! Something that you built has lasted this long?
According to you, apparently so. Hence why I'm so pleased. Oh, have you seen this kind of roof by any chance? Here.
I have! I've seen it in the stadium, above the seating for the spectators.
No kidding.
Herman, whose condition has improved significantly, is spending time with Elig going through the stored data.
Those two are getting along like a house on fire.
Any progress with the recordings?
Yep. I'm pretty sure Com was here.
Really?
I bet you're happy that Kay came out of NPC jail. Yes.
I saw it in the footage that we
Her
recovered.
song is your second fave?
At first, I wasn't sure.
I need to go and
since
listen
all
to her
robots
song
look
then.
Awfully similar to me.
False. I look better than Com.
Anyway, the serial number I saw was the same as the one engraved on Com. Also, look at the floor. Even though it's dark, you can still make out track marks everywhere. I'd bet good money that Com was here at some point.
What in the world is going on?
I'll see what else I can find. It would be nice if Eleg could lend a hand.
Lily glances at Herman and Elig, who are happily chatting.
Then again, it's not the end of the world if it takes a little more time.
Sorry for throwing this all in your lap.
No, I'm having a blast. It's always fun learning new technology.
Privity looks at Herman, who's chatting and laughing along with Elig. She lowers her head and looks at her phone, rereading the last line of the document she received earlier. The number of human survivors on the surface must be 0. Privity squeezes her eyes shut, then reopens them and walks forward, heading quickly towards Herman. As she closes the distance between them, Herman notices Privity and turns, just in time to see her put her hands up toward her chest. Checkers or rallies near you? No, I don't have either of those. I think you meant to say checkers, right? Privity pulls out a notebook and hands it to Herman.
Nice to meet you. I am Privity. I work for the central government's Ark Defense Forces. I'm from Triangle, a squad responsible for maintaining public security.
Oh, nice to meet you.
I'm hereby placing you under my protection. I will ensure you safe passage to the Ark.
Privity?
What the? I'm concerned about your health, so we must move quickly. I realize this may seem sudden, but I kindly ask you only to pack essentials. We will start moving as soon as you're ready.
The Ark.
After we arrive, you will be given a thorough medical examination, as well as any treatment which you require. Once your condition is stabilized, an investigation will take place. I will personally oversee the entire process, and I promise that no physical or psychological harm will come to you during said investigation. If you wish, I will also arrange for additional supplies of evergreen and secure a residence for you.
Isn't she promising more than she can offer?
No.
Yeah, we got chilies.
Definitely doable. Triangle has more pull than you think.
I had no idea. I thought she was just
They're
a
okay.
government grunt who liked being a maid on the side.
I think their food
Everyone
tends to
here
be a
can
bit
vouch
too
for
salty.
me and what I'm telling you. So come with me, please. Please let me know if there's anything else you would like.
I'm afraid I don't have much faith in the Ark.
Excuse me?
The Ark abandoned us. They praised us to the skies, used us as a symbol of resistance. They promised to come save us.
Lord of Justice, that's what it's called.
But
maybe if there's time, I'll look at it afterward.
Dying, they abandoned us. You have no idea how much hope we had. We hoped that one day the Ark would come to save us, that they hadn't forgotten about us. That's how I survived for decades. Have you all come here to save me? You represent something which is inherently traitorous. It's not your fault. Maybe there were circumstances beyond your control, but it doesn't erase all those years that we suffered. So, I won't go. This place is my home now. Let me die here.
Herman, I understand everything you're saying. It's true that the Ark turned its back on you. And it's true that no one came to save you. There's nothing I could possibly say to right that wrong. But I at least hope that you'll give us a chance.
You're also from the Ark?
Yes.
How can I trust you?
I take pride in where I'm from. I intend to do right by that pride. To that end, I will do everything in my power to protect you. And I want to sincerely apologize to you.
I'm not going.
I will transfer all of the data here to the Ark. You and your friends have kept this information safe for so long. I'll make sure that it's all brought back to the Ark. Every last piece of data. So come with me. The Ark may have abandoned you once before, but let them now show you the respect that you deserve. Please.
All of this art? Will it continue on?
Of course, as it should.
Yes. Yes. For this, we...
Yeah, no, this story is awesome.
Very well. I will go to the Ark, along with everything we have.
Privity is finally growing a pair and thinking for herself,
I will
which helps.
ensure your safe passage.
I wonder if she'd be less of a stickler now if we tried to bring Marion back. Because she was one of the main threats when we tried to keep her, remember?
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I might be charged with treason. And I'm prepared for the possibility of having my memories wiped. Be that as it may, this is the right thing to do. I'm certain of it. We may not have the full picture of what happened in that bunker for all those years. But it's clear that the Ark left them there to die. So we need to save him. This is all going to be one huge headache.
Well, my point being is she was under orders from Birmingham or whatever.
And the central government's reputation might be completely
And
ruined
her ability
because
to
of it.
think for herself.
But I want to believe that this
Is a dilemma.
organization, which I trust, will do what it's supposed to. The first thing we need to do is save Herman.
The new servant
We can
that
think
came
about the
out
rest
called
later.
Typhon in FGO?
Not bad.
It's not ringing a bell.
You're really tackling this head on, aren't you?
I think, no, I think it does sound familiar. Let me see here. Typhon FGO, Typhon FGO. Well, it's a divine beast, but apparently it's got forms that are called... Oh, Typhon Ephemeros. Okay, I remember this, yeah. Yeah, she just looks fairly ordinary to me, to be real. Just a little girl type in a pretty dress. Not much different than the Gorgon sisters, in my opinion. But yeah, I see what you're talking about.
I want to continue to be proud of what I believe in.
If you realized that the thing you believed in is rotten, do you intend on destroying it?
I have no intention of destroying it. I simply want to see how they'll respond when I act this way. I'm doing this because I want them to prove to me that I can trust them completely.
All right then. Let me rephrase the question. If what you once believed in proves to be rotten to the core, beyond all doubt, will you destroy it?
Do you really need me to answer that?
No, you've already answered.
Commander.
Yes?
Please help with the transfer of the data here. I made a lot of promises back there, but I honestly have no idea how to go about it.
Okay, I'll help.
Thank you.
Blue Blade! Our first side story.
This person seems a little different.
That's because this is not a person, but a robot.
A robot?
That's right. It may seem human-like, but, trying to explain this is harder than I thought. Come, can you help me out?
A robot's body is made of machinery. It has no heart.
So you don't have a heart?
That is correct. A robot, like myself, does not have a heart.
Then how do you talk?
The AI system selects a suitable response for the situation, then formulates an auditory output in the form of words or sentences, which are then broadcast through a speaker.
Huh?
Complexity of language deemed unsuitable for socially isolated child. Confirmed. Reducing linguistic
What's your name?
Calm.
Can I climb on your head, Calm?
That is possible.
Really? Oh, wow. No one else here lets me climb on them.
Climbing on another person's head is a favorite style of play among children.
You'll have to excuse her. Sometimes she says some awfully strange things.
It is no problem.
All right, if you say so. I'm going to talk to the Nikkes that came with Com. So you two have a nice time playing together, okay?
Okay. I'm not too heavy, am I, Calm?
I am a robot meant to provide.
Yeah, hearing all these
support.
bits of backstory are really
I am designed to
important.
carry far heavier loads than this.
So you're not uncomfortable?
No, I am not uncomfortable. Seeing a child enjoy themselves while propped atop my head. It is pleasing.
No way! You're lying!
Lying is not a capability which I possess.
You do have a heart.
Must head to the Ark for revenge.
Raven.
So you do know how to talk.
There she is, Raven.
I take it you're equipped with AI.
That is correct.
Then this should be fairly painless.
Who are you?
I ask the questions. Explain to me what this place is.
Blade B. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Hello. How you doing?
Come! Let's play hide and seek!
Is there a story event related to it? I don't think there is. As far as I was aware, it was just like, hey, here's a banner for Morgan. Ash, Tanelico, whatever.
We have played hide and seek 3 times today.
Let's do it again!
Very.
I'll hide, and you come find me after counting for 1 minute. Go!
Commencing countdown.
Are you playing hide and seek again?
That is correct.
Seems like you're always the one who has to go looking. You don't mind?
It is fine. If I hide, I am quickly discovered due to the sounds of my engine. When I am the seeker, I can find her instantly using my thermal sensors, but I intentionally delay my discovery. I even pretend that I cannot find her on occasion. This makes her very satisfied.
You've really gotten the knack of playing with children.
That is correct.
Thank you for spending so much time with her.
Having me as her playmate is the most efficient choice. The child is energetic, and the others in this bunker need to preserve their energy, whereas I only need to be recharged in order to operate at full capacity.
Thank you all the same. She's been practically beaming lately, so we're really grateful.
We are the ones who are grateful. You took us in, even though we are deserters. You gave us shelter and food.
Well, it's not like Nikke's and robots put that much of a strain on our food provisions.
Thank you, all the same. My colleagues have become happier as well. This arrangement is good for everyone.
Calm. Are you really a robot?
That is correct.
It feels to me like you're becoming more and more human.
Come! Aren't you going to look for me? My legs are falling asleep.
I must go play.
I'll leave you to it.
After hearing Calm's explanation, Raven falls silent for a while, deep in thought.
Could this be a different location? Or a different world entirely? No, that's ridiculous. Tell me how to get back.
I do not know.
Let me rephrase the question in a way you can understand. Find a route to get back, then tell me what that route is.
I cannot.
Then take me to someone who can.
I do not know.
And what about the Ark? I heard you muttering to yourself earlier. Something about an Ark. Sounds to me like the name of a place. Take me there.
What are you planning on doing at the Ark?
I'm going to get the information I need, and then head back. That's it. Of course, if someone decides to get in my way, that could complicate matters.
What will happen if I decline?
That's very simple.
Raven points her sword at Calm.
I'll continue wandering around looking for another solution to my problem, and you'll become a broken pile of metal by the wayside. Yet another victim of an unfortunate accident.
Are you strong?
That's an interesting question. I would love to show you. But unfortunately, I can't. I'm prone to underestimating my own strength.
Very well. I will take you. But not to the Ark.
There's a Ninja Gaiden 4 coming out. Yeah, we'll see how it looks.
What?
They're kind of doing a new thing without Ryu Hayabusa. Team Ninja hasn't done much that's excited me for a while, so it's their opportunity to try and, if anything, regain me into their graces.
I know how you can go back. To be precise, I know exactly where the key to your return home can be found. I will guide you there.
How do you know all this?
I harvested some data while you were unconscious. If you defeat the Rapture there, known as Gatekeeper, then you can go back.
Rapture? Gatekeeper? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Rapture is the general term for hostile robots who dominate the surface of this planet. Gatekeeper is the name of one of those raptures.
You must be talking about those rust buckets that attacked me when I got here. They won't be a problem. I was able to cut through them easily enough. So, is taking down this Gatekeeper all I have to do? Sounds pretty easy.
Raven inches to the point of her sword, closer to the comm. I mean, the last Ninja Gaiden number 3 wasn't particularly good.
A little too easy. Enough to make a person suspicious.
Lying is not a capability which I possess.
All right then. Take me there.
Only on one condition.
And what's that?
My...
Withdraw thy blade. This tableau laid out before mine eyes reeks of intimidation and threats. It is most unpleasant to behold.
Who the hell are you?
You heard her. Withdraw your sword. We won't ask you again.
I don't know what's happening here, but violence and intimidation are never the answer.
And if I refuse?
Then we shall solve this in the way in which we are most well versed.
Sounds fun. I'd like to give it a try.
Something here isn't right. Are you a Nikke?
What's a Nikke?
Are you a human?
Excuse me?
I asked if you're a human.
Of course, Raven knows the truth, so of course she'd laugh. She found the harsh truth before Eve did. Well, you do have hope for Ninja Gaiden 4 since Neo games are doing really good.
Huh?
Me? A human? You tell me.
Raven vanishes, leaving a diaphanous mass of blue particles in her wake. Then, in a flash of blue, she reappears behind Rapunzel.
Could a human do this?
Scarlet blocks Raven's sword.
The most interesting technique.
The sword fight between Raven and Scarlet intensifies, their blades clashing again and again.
You're not bad.
Nor you.
Panoply of slash marks carve up the ground as the two blades cleave through rocks and other structures, all the while accompanied by the ceaseless sound of metal clashing.
Scarlet! Understood.
Scarlet quickly distances herself from Raven. At the same time, Snow White aims her turret at Raven and unleashes a salvo of missiles.
Snow White, what are you doing?
Get ready.
Raven slices through each of the missiles with her sword. The severed missile fragments swirl in the air and explode. Through the fire and flame, Raven emerges. Rapunzel's staff fires a golden beam and scores a direct hit on Raven. Raven's tossed back and tumbles several times, but quickly gets back up. Scarlet clenches and loosens her hand, which has gone numb a few times before reassuming her stance.
'Tis a most bewildering sword.
How about we try our words?
That's probably our best option, considering it doesn't seem like we'll get anywhere fighting.
You want to talk? Sure, we can talk. Once you're on your knees. Huh?
Raven suddenly fixes her gaze elsewhere and freezes. Where calm used to be, only faint track marks remain.
'Tis most peculiar. You two dogs seem to be on the same wavelength.
Rapture's approaching. They must have heard the explosions.
I say we fall back. There's no reason for us to fight those raptures.
No, we work our way through them. The city is right ahead of us.
If they keep moving, they're likely to end up at the city.
Very well. Let us intercept them there.
All right.
As for you, Nameless One, we would appreciate your cooperation.
Raven is nowhere to be seen.
Did we lose her?
She must have gone off in pursuit of that robot.
Doth we consider it wise to allow her to escape unopposed?
As hostile as she seemed, I don't think she intended to do harm to that robot. I think it'll be fine for the time being.
Let's finish off these raptures first, then go after her.
As you
Back
can
to the main
see,
crew.
There are a lot of storage terminals here, and they're huge. It'd be next to impossible to haul them all out of here. What we need is...
The anime awards don't actually matter with the votes. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't trust that kind of bullshit anyway. I hate award ceremonies.
a singular hard disk on which we can store all of their data.
You'd need an awfully big hard disk to store all the information contained in these terminals. Does a hard disk that big even exist?
I doubt it'd be that big, actually. Storage media is one of the fastest evolving technologies there is. We might be able to save everything in a device small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. At least, that would be the case in our world. I assume it's not too different here.
That's a good point.
Hard drives are a lot smaller these days.
Old. What was considered large format isn't all that big by today's standards. If we use the latest storage technology available to us...
Elig takes out her
It
smartphone.
might all fit in here.
Huh? Aren't you being a little dramatic?
No exaggeration here, just the truth. Storage compression and media technology advance at an incredible pace.
No kidding. Well then, this should be a breeze.
Funny fact, way back in the day, we very first had dial-up internet. The only storage media that we had to rely on at the time were 3.5-inch floppy disks that held... was it like 3... I don't think it's 3.14 because that's just pi, but it was a short number of megabytes. It'd be like 1.4 something megabytes at all. And my brother and I, when we first discovered the existence of adult content as kids, of course, like, I don't know, 12-ish or something, you know, we'd be looking at fan art, hentai fan art of Sailor Moon and Final Fantasy VII and such like that. Whenever our parents would go away, the one computer that was hooked up to the internet, we would browse and we would save pictures on these 3.5-inch floppies, which barely held like 1 or 2 pictures on them at all. I think 20 megabytes was being very... Maybe it was like 14 megabytes. It was something extremely small. But, yeah, we would actually save hentai to that. One of us would, like, look out the window, make sure our parents aren't coming home. And then the other one's saving stuff. And then we'd take what's on the floppy disks and put them on our individual computers that weren't hooked up to the internet. And those are really primitive computers. Yeah, 1.44 meg. That sounds about right. Ipanjin. And, yeah, so that's what we used back in the day. To be fair, a floppy disk was not too big. You know, you could still argue that that's totally portable, but it didn't hold jack. But then once we did get our first, like, hard drives, they still didn't hold a lot, but they were a lot bigger. It'd be like, holy crap, this thing holds, like, 100 megabytes? That's amazing. You know? But now we got, like, 4 terabytes in the size of what used to be, like, a 200 gig or something. Well, you're probably younger than me, I'm assuming.
There is one problem, though.
I turn 36 soon.
The storage terminals here are so old, they're not compatible with those currently found in the Ark. We don't have any way to transfer it to our phones.
So what should we do?
Yeah, I'm over a decade older. That'll do it.
It's simple.
That'll do it.
We just need to find the most advanced storage device that's compatible with the ones here.
This is the data center, data center Privity told us about.
I can tell all the way from here that the place is crawling with raptures.
The floor and walls.
You find it crazy? What, the Crunchyroll not the, well yeah, the stupid anime awards.
Straight down to the first floor.
Nice, a shortcut. This place looks pretty dangerous. Do we really have to be that in-depth with our search?
I don't think we have much of a choice. We all saw the image Alex sent us. Let's try and find something that matches it as closely as possible.
Do you think we'll find something as soon as we enter?
Probably not. These things tend to be on the upper floors.
I know, right? That does always seem to be the case for some reason.
Let's hurry.
Tell me again why you had to come with us, Rome?
Rome is a transport robot. I am good at transporting. This place might contain good artifacts. Artifacts that will help with the construction of the second arc.
You're quite industrious.
Always.
Okay, but stay behind us.
Okay. I am good at hiding and running away.
Let's head in, Commander.
Let's go! Our goal is to find a high-capacity storage device that is compatible with those in the bunker.
Ooh, I think I may have found something.
Yeah? Show us. No, that won't work. 2 of the pins are missing.
These cables all look identical to me. They're hard to tell apart.
How about this? It looks right.
It looks similar.
All this
but
bullshit is
it's a little
proprietary.
small. It might still be useful though, so bring it back with you.
Woohoo! I contributed more than a niece.
Well, bully for you.
My eyes are tired.
It's not surprising, considering how intently we're scrutinizing these cables.
I think I found something.
Let's see. Yes, that'll work. Bring it back.
This is taking too long. I don't think we're going to find what we need here. Commander, let's investigate a little more and move to another...
Found it.
Rome holds up a device as big as its head.
Rome found it.
Just a moment. I'll take a look. That'll do it. You can head back. That'll be more than enough to store all the data here.
Excellent.
You're old enough to know better, still young enough to do it anyway? To do what? Have fun? To like fandom culture? To be a nerd? I don't know.
Yeah.
This kind of stuff.
Done, Rome.
Rome is always
I'll be playing
excellent.
JRPGs till I'm an old man. I might be playing like old school JRPGs as an old man, but you know, that's fine. I'd like to think I'm also willing to play newer games as they come out, as I currently still do. Thick plumes of dust fill the air, obscuring her vision and making it impossible to see Rome. Rome!
No!
Encounter.
Goddamn robots. Raptures. How's Rome?
I'll check.
Rome is safe. Storage device is also safe.
You scared me half to death.
Here, take this.
Huh?
Rome, who is standing far away from us, tosses the storage device toward us. Terrible idea. I wish Fire Emblem would come to PC officially and leave Nintendo jail. Yeah, that's not going to happen, but it would be nice, wouldn't it? Will you be giving Ninja Gaiden 4 a chance? I'm the one who's gonna wait and see until something about the game appeals to me first. I'm not an early adopter of that particular game, no. Anise and Neon both scramble to catch it and end up slamming into each other.
My bag! You idiot! Why would you throw something this valuable?
Eve slowly approaches Rome.
Eve. Stay back.
The section of the floor underneath Rome starts to split apart.
Stay still. Don't move.
Don't budge. You hear? This is the top floor. If you fall, it'll be bad news.
Neon, stop.
Why?
Leave it to Eve. If any of us head out, the floor is guaranteed to collapse.
The cracks in the floor widen. I guess the Andro Eidos are certainly lighter than the Nikke's.
Almost there. Don't move, okay?
Eve, don't come. Dangerous.
Don't worry. I'll save you.
I am fine. I am robot.
I am Robot.
If Rome
That is a
broken,
movie.
Rome can be fixed.
The floor collapses, taking Rome along with it. Without any hesitation, Eve jumps after Rome.
Rome!
Eve dives into the hole Rome fell through.
Is that your main function? Gathering artifacts?
Affirmative. That is what I must do.
Why?
I do not remember. I do remember. It is my duty.
You're nothing if not industrious.
What are you doing?
Sorting artifacts.
Why?
Rome is making a second ark. A precious home. Chipper. Hee hee. Ha ha. Happy place.
Oh yeah, I'm mixing two different Will Smith movies. There's I Am Legend and I, Robot, and I said I Am Robot.
Got that, Rome? My mom can't hear very well.
Oh, this
so
is
if you have
important.
something to say, you need to shout it loudly.
Even if it is not important.
Yeah, so that she can hear. It might seem like you're overdoing it, but trust me, you won't be.
This is just Rappy's voice again.
And besides, everything you have to say is important. You're the hardest working person in this house, and in our family.
This is my memory. Ha ha, ho ho. Happy memories. Everyone always laughed when Rome broke a plate, when Rome fell while transporting, when Rome had to shout loudly. Everyone always laughed. Happy memories. Something that shouldn't be forgotten. This is the opposite direction of the Ark. We must go to the Ark.
You can't get into the Ark without a winning ticket, so we can't go in.
Why do you need a winning ticket?
Maybe there's not enough space?
Is there only one Ark?
Yes, there's only one.
Then what do we do?
I don't know.
Can we build one?
It's not a Death Flag flashback, believe it or not, but it is a... Oh, I finally get why this quirky little robot wants to build a second Ark.
Huh?
If there is not enough space in the Ark, I can build one.
You're incredible, Rome. Alright then, let's do it. Let's build a second Ark. One of our own.
Good. I have a question. Why are you collecting all of these random objects?
These aren't random objects. They're artifacts. If we want to build a proper Ark, don't you think we'll need these?
I don't understand.
If we want to make an Ark, we need artifacts. If either of us comes across anything that seems useful, we should take it.
Okay. I have a question.
What is it?
Why are you burying Mother in the ground? If you do that, she can't move. Why bury her?
I think she looks great. Her pose is a little... contortionist, I
I
guess.
have a question.
But that's about it.
What is it?
When the second Ark is complete, will there be a family again?
Rome.
Will it be lively? Hee hee, ha ha.
Yeah, it sure will.
Okay, then Rome will work hard to make a second Ark.
I'm glad you're here, Rome.
We are family. Family is something precious. Something that's always there.
Yeah, that's right. Rome.
Rome is here.
You have to finish the second Ark.
Listen.
So that people who have nowhere to go
can't stay there. You have to make a place where people can laugh and be lively.
Rome always works hard.
You certainly do.
Everything's so fucking sad.
I have a question. Why aren't you moving? Why aren't you talking to Rome? Why are your eyes closed? The second arc is a place where people who have nowhere to go can stay. A lively place full of laughter. Rome will build it. Rome will gather artifacts. Rome will work hard, and it will become a happy place.
What a way to, like, make these little robots feel so endearing.
Eve.
Thank goodness. You took a new nasty bump during your fall and wouldn't wake up. I was getting worried.
Eve.
Yes?
Rome needs to make a second arc. It was my family's wish. They are no longer here. They won't come back. Still, Rome will make the second arc. I want their wish to come true. But if my family is no longer here, is it meaningless? What Rome is doing?
No. It's not meaningless. We must carry on the memory of those who left before us. In doing that, we prove that their lives had meaning. It helps us to remember that they helped forge us into the person we are today. When we remember them, we honor their memory.
So we must remember.
Yes, to say to the world that they were here once.
Rome had a family. They're gone. But Rome remembers. Is that how it continues?
Yes.
Eve.
Yes?
Will you remember Rome?
I will.
Rome will remember Eve as well.
Thank you. These memories that we both hold dear to us. I hope they live on.
Rome! Eve!
What's your status? Both of you.
Rome is fine.
I'm fine too.
Wow, they really are okay.
That was crazy. Holding on to Rome and leaping down by hopscotching across bits of debris. I didn't know humans were capable of such a thing.
They're not! Human potential is limitless.
Whoa. You mean you could do something like that too, Master?
Anyway, I'm glad
Maybe,
you're unharmed.
but certainly not someone else.
Rome
Certainly
is
not
safe.
Siwin.
The storage device is intact as well. Now we just need to transfer the data, and it's done.
Yeah, that's one step out of the way, and it was a big one. Nice going, Rome. Raven is kind of a fallen hero,
Rome always works hard.
where if she can't be happy, no one can be happy, is kind of the idea. But that's not entirely true, as you'll learn.
Dad!
What's wrong?
I can't sleep.
No? Would you like me to read you History of Art Part 3? I know you love that book.
I do. But could you tell me about the Ark?
The Ark?
Khan told me about it. There are supposed to be really tall buildings there, and places filled with big pools of water, and tons of people. There aren't any raptures wandering around like there are outside the bunker. We can only go out for an hour a day here. But over there, you can stay outside all day long. And there's more. It's so big that you can't explore it all in one day. You can easily see everything outside the bunker in under an hour.
It makes Adam seem like a total douchebag for screwing
You
Raven
must
over.
stop this talk. Those are just made-up stories. Fairy tales.
No, they're not. Calm says it's real, and so do the Nikkes.
No, it's not true. I'm telling you. Now, go back to sleep.
But...
Okay. I'll sing you a lullaby.
Okay.
Herman, I am sorry. I should not have brought up the Ark.
No. It's okay. It's just... Would you be able to return to the Ark?
We have gone AWOL. If we were to return, we would be punished for
He definitely
desertion.
seems incredibly irresponsible.
But if your question pertains merely to whether it
Both
would be
him and
physically
Mother
possible-
Steer are terrible, and choosing between them seems to be a difficult issue, neither which case. Luckily, when you choose Adam, you're more so choosing for Eve to be her own self, if you know what I mean.
Yes,
based on the true ending.
I see.
We could escort civilians,
To become a protector of all these people.
including children, as long as we do not run into raptures which are Lord class or higher. Herman, a child needs to grow up in a normal environment.
It's one of those things where, I guess it's like Mordred, where if you reject Mordred, and Mordred's super pissed, you look like a total douchebag, and if you have a good reason for rejecting Mordred, then you ought to properly explain it in a way that doesn't entirely piss her off. I think King Arthur definitely failed on that right, but in this case, Adam too has done a poor job of explaining to Raven, for whatever reason, why she couldn't be what Eve was ultimately the one who became there.
I did not run away.
Assuming there is a justifiable reason.
It was a tactical retreat.
Sure, if you say so. Now then, where were we? You said if you were going to help me, you had a stipulation. Go on then. Tell me what it is.
I must have my revenge.
Revenge?
Yes, I must take revenge on the Ark. The Ark betrayed me.
I see.
The Ark stole our assets. For that, I can never forgive them. Therefore, I will take their assets. I will destroy them. I will ruin them.
So you intend on destroying the entire Ark?
No, I will
I know.
simply destroy their assets.
Revenge, huh? What's the point of revenge if someone else does it for you?
But Adam is the one who kind of revealed to Raven the truth of Mother's fear and what she really was. Kind of got her all excited to be like this world savior or whatever under his wing, but then chose Eve instead.
I will have my own revenge. You will simply ensure
For some reason.
I am safe until my vengeance is complete. If you accept this condition, I will take you where you need to go.
I don't have time for these ridiculous diversions.
Near the area which I will take you.
Well, now Eve is
there
kind of
is
something
an
brand new
elevator
if you take the
which
true ending of
leads to
Stellar
the
Blade
Ark.
into account.
Help me have my revenge, and you will be able to achieve your own goals swiftly after.
Are you a robot created by the Ark?
That is correct.
So you're taking revenge on your creators?
That is correct.
Fine. It's a deal.
Like, I quite like that
Lead
concept.
the way.
Follow me.
Well, it seemed like maybe Adam was planning to at first, Silver, but then didn't. Is he really just waiting for a robot that happens to be called Eve, though? That sounds kind of stupid, if that's his biggest reason.
Dad!
Especially because his own name isn't actually Adam, or originally Adam. So it's kind of dumb that he would wait for that, because he could just call Raven Eve if he felt like it. I'd like to think he's got a much better reason why he couldn't or chose otherwise, but we don't know.
Do not cry. Herman is not dead.
But the bunker! It's all underwater! All the Nikkes... They died trying to seal the bunker!
The bunker is Herman's masterpiece.
Well, they are violent, angry humans now.
Having resided within it for an extended period, I can conclusively say...
And presumably they did it to
structural
themselves
integrity
through
is
horrific
excellent.
research, so...
Barring any unforeseen external factors, the chance of an internal collapse is low. The bunker is perfectly suited for long-term survival. His safety is guaranteed. Only the outside entrance has been flooded.
I'm pretty sure she only went cuckoo after being rejected, though.
And the 3 Nikkes are not dead either.
Huh? What?
Nikkes cannot drown when submerged underwater. They are simply unable to survive because they are too heavy.
Then why don't you pull them out?
We don't have the necessary equipment to do so. We must retrieve it from the Ark.
Really?
Lying is not a capability which I possess.
Then let's go to the Ark, hurry! Dad is all alone inside the bunker and we need to save the Nikkes! They must be so lonely.
Right. We shall go and then return. Let us be quick. 3 Nikkes. 1 combat support robot. 9 civilians, including a child. The journey to the Ark is a long and arduous one. The situation is quickly becoming hopeless. Still, we must go.
I mean, if you had the
Everyone
Nikkes helping you out, it
must
wouldn't have been that hard.
live.
The commander goes out with 3 Nikke all the time.
The insects are already performing their song.
Any chance you could catch a few?
Yes, the humans threw away their humanity.
Do not be so hasty. We have brought sufficient victuals with
So that
us.
even if they were to survive, it really wouldn't be the same
We
anymore.
also don't have time for bug hunts. We have to keep after that mystery woman.
Her swordsmanship was most admirable. She did not seem like a Nikke.
No, she didn't. Perhaps she's one of those people from that city. What should we call them? Outsiders?
I think 'tis a most befitting appellation for them.
Well, no, I mean, you see it with Raven. She's so pissed off that Adam didn't choose her. And that's the source of her anger. She's also angry, of course, at Mother Sphere for finding out the truth, but yeah.
She might be one of those outsiders from the city.
She seemed different from them, however. Sharper.
Well, one thing is for certain. She's liable to get in the way of us procuring comm.
You're right. Whoever she is, or whatever she's up to, she's a problem which needs to be addressed.
What dost thou all surmise Comm's goal is?
It seems to have a serious axe to grind with the Ark. Perhaps it's after revenge. Although in what form, I can't say.
We must try to reason with it.
Yes.
And given Adam's position, it makes perfect sense that he would want to choose
Dost thou all
Raven
truly think such a thing is possible?
because she's angry at Mother Sphere.
Do you not?
Verily, I do not.
It's not like you to be so unsure of our abilities.
We have already failed once.
Dorothy.
From time to time my mind doth wander and fall upon that thought. Perchance 'tis to be expected for Dorothy, and others such as her, to bear a grudge against the Ark. Perchance we are the abnormal ones. Forgiveness is not something so easily given. I have seen countless situations in my life which attest to this.
Be that as it may.
Well, Mother Sphere didn't make them
must
become that
do what
way,
we
but you could
believe is
definitely
right.
argue she put the pressure
Verily,
that ultimately led to them going that path.
no matter
If
what.
she weren't trying to attack them, they wouldn't try to go do something desperate and crazy.
Well then, all we've got to do is not fail a second time. And to be honest, I don't feel like we failed before.
Dost thou still?
Yes, I do. I believe in Dorothy, who raised us up when we were broken. I believe in the goddess of victory. She may be far away now and gone to a place where we don't understand, but one day, I believe she will return and all of the discord between us will be washed away.
Yes, she'll come back to us. And it will be as if nothing ever happened. I believe it too.
Honestly, I was surprised.
About what?
I did not think you would agree to my conditions. With your strength, you could have forced the information out of me.
I'm starting to regret not doing that. I'm starting to get upset at how long this is taking.
Hey, were you betrayed too?
What?
You had a visceral reaction to that word. I therefore concluded that you have personally experienced
I can't exactly
betrayal.
say that becoming a monster is better than dying, so no. Maybe to
Right.
die human than
I
to turn
suppose you
into a
could say that.
beast.
I was robbed of my god and my wings. There was no god from the start, and I was no angel. Yes, that's it.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy my videos.
I do not understand.
You don't need to. Let's keep moving. How much longer?
We are almost there. The destination is right ahead.
The god was a lie.
Nice job, everyone! With this, we'll be able to collate all the data into one place. The surface really does have everything you need.
That means we can take Herman back to the Ark. His condition isn't very good. We need to hurry. How long will it take to transfer the data?
I can't say for sure. The read and write speed will be quite slow. I just have to see what happens.
Okay. Do whatever you can.
I will.
Well, I'll get started on the data transfer. Meanwhile, Eleg and Privity, can you show everyone else what you found?
Okay.
Yeah.
What did you find?
Everyone, come here.
Why'd you have to bring us here to show whatever it is you want to show us? While you all went to look for a storage device, Ms. Lily and I recovered a lot of footage. Or rather, the audio to be precise. There was no way to restore the video. We organized it in chronological order. We would like all of you to listen. Here we go.
And yet, even though it's only supposed to be audio,
It's a shame
we
couldn't
get to see
preserve
this.
everything, but we managed to digitize most of it. This bunker is now humanity's last artistic bastion. My fellow artists, we must be proud and carry on.
This guy sounds like he might be the voice actor behind Ryudo from Grandia 2 in English. Chili dogs? I love them. I love them.
The Ark will come to rescue us soon. There were 5 of them. I understand.
As long as
why
the
they
chili's
did.
not spicy.
It's dark in here. Raptures
I'm a mild
are constantly
guy.
swarming outside. And there's a lack of proper facilities in the bunker. But they could have at least told us they were leaving. Instead, they ran off without even taking any proper food or clothes. I hope they arrive safely. I hope that they survive. Has the Ark reached out, you ask?
I'm also pretty sure
No,
that this guy's
not
voice
yet.
plays Simba in Kingdom Hearts as a stand-in for the actual actor behind him.
Don't worry. Humanity
Like for the
will
movies.
win soon enough. And then they'll come to save us. Don't you remember how much they adored us? How they exalted us as artists who had stood up to the raptures? I see. It was 7 this time. We swore to protect these artworks no matter what, even with our lives if necessary.
Sonic Underground. Yeah, that's such a weird little cartoon. Pretty cringe in its own
Still
way.
hasn't been any contact. They haven't forgotten about us, have they? They couldn't have abandoned us. Could they? No, wait, don't rip that. I know it's cold, but you can't burn that cloth or the wooden statue. You know as well as I do that they're precious pieces of art. We have to hold out. We're here to look after these precious works of art, not our own well-being. We are artists.
Him, the voice
and
actor?
our mission is to protect art. Do you hear that? Someone's knocking on the door. You see? I told you they wouldn't abandon us. I'm opening the door. Huh? How dare you come back after abandoning this place?
Part of the reason you got into Fate? Well, that's cool. Yes. I've got a video coming out that talks about essentially why YouTube is screwing me over, but even more so importantly, just how important curation is in our world. And the process of discovery, how you discover things, is like extremely important to what fandoms you even wind up getting into. Yeah, the Sonic cartoon show, that one particular one, was really dark.
You realized there was nothing out there, didn't you? That's why you came back. I see. Rapture's got everyone, and there are swarms of them nearby. Then tell me, why did you abandon our art? What? Pregnant? I can't. I've never delivered a baby before. Even if I know how it was done in practice, actually doing it is completely different. Yeah, the head is crowning.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Sonic's voice actor. I said Simba in Kingdom Hearts and The Lion King. But the cartoon for Sonic you grew up on is what you're saying. Gotcha.
Get me some warm water and a towel. Hurry. What? We don't have any... Right.
Yes,
We're
I too grew up on Sonic.
Essentials here.
Aside from some Atari games, my first like real video game, I guess, that I like really got into was Sonic 2. When we got our Genesis, that was amazing.
Chop up the wooden statue
Fucking
and
love
start
my
a fire.
Sega Genesis.
Boil the drinking water and sterilize the cloth.
In retrospect, my favorite game on that whole console
Forget
is
about the
Shinobi
artwork.
3.
The baby is about to die. I'm sorry, everyone. From now on, our principal duty is no longer to protect the art, but simply to stay alive. A baby girl was born. We can't show her the world outside the bunker.
He-Man, yeah.
But we can at least ensure she stays alive.
I think that was a little before me, personally.
Oh, this? This is by a painter who is known as a tragic figure. The colors are so vivid, aren't they? This technique and style failed to gain recognition in the artist's lifetime, and their work was only re-evaluated after their death. What's the point of being recognized only after you're dead? It's about leaving something for the future. To pass something on and influence later generations is a crowning artistic achievement. You must not whine like that. It's a hellish place outside
Sonic on the
bunker.
DS?
People like us wouldn't last a day out there.
I'm doing great. Today has been kind of a weird day, but getting through it.
World. But you are our daughter. None of us want to lose you. Everyone here is staying alive for your sake. I hope you will realize that one day. Who is it? I said, who is it? Nikke's. Nikke's are here to save us. Finally. I see. Deserters. I can't believe suicide missions have become so common. How did it come to this? Well, don't worry. I'm the one who created this bunker. I don't mean to brag, but it's top-notch. It hasn't been discovered by Raptures yet. And we have
an artist
independent
builds
power
this
generator,
entirely
water
crazy
purification,
super bunker.
and air circulation
I
system
mean,
which
architecture can be an
guarantees our
art, of
survival.
course, but this is more than just architecture. You have a soft spot for the 2DS games of Sonic. They're way better than the 3D games.
We also have plenty of food left. There's
I don't
enough
remember
here to
any
last 20 people for a
fantastic Sonic
century.
games on the DS for me. I knew they had like Sonic Advanced or whatever, or what do they
You can stay
call
as
them,
long as you
but-
like. You're more versatile than I thought, Com. I feel we can truly count on you. I can't thank you enough for spending time with our daughter and playing with her. She really likes you. Excuse me, Nikke's. I have a favor to ask of you. My daughter, listen carefully. You were out wandering the surface, and these Nikke's found you. Do you understand? You weren't born in this bunker, but on the surface, where these Nikke's rescued you. This way, they won't be labeled as deserters.
Yes, I love Sonic's 1, 2, 3, and Knuckles, as well as Sonic CD.
They can say that they
That
simply took
generation
time
was
to
my
rescue
favorite
you
of them.
and keep you safe.
I also like Sonic Adventure 1 quite
Do
a
you
bit.
understand?
Don't cry. And look at me. We can't go together. You are the only one they can protect. Go to the Ark. Go and live a normal life. Don't spend your life in a dark and dingy place like this, subsisting on canned food and metallic-tasting water. Go live somewhere where it's bright and comfortable, and where the food is delicious. Understand? The drainage system is blocked? That means this place will be flooded.
Your first console was an S. You got Mario Bros. And Duck Hunt cartridge. Yeah, I remember that one.
The artwork, all the data. What did
I
you
didn't
say?
own an NES until much later,
Well,
but
the door
yeah,
shut.
did play
Absolutely not.
some light gun Duck Hunt
It's
at
too
friends'
dangerous.
houses and
I
stuff.
refuse. We have to give up everything and go back. Can we really give up on all this? These are priceless artifacts which must be preserved.
Can Sonic
Passed
become a
on.
servant? I mean, there are jokes about that, given the whole King Arthur sword and stuff.
I will remain here. Someone needs to stay here and manage the facility. Go ahead and weld the door shut from the outside. I will stay. Yes, the data here is more important than my own life. Come to me, my darling. My beautiful daughter. I know this is all so sudden.
Like my avatar?
But
Yes.
it's time to say goodbye.
I've been slowly improving it over the years.
I'm so happy that you were a part of my life. I am someone who has dedicated their whole life to art. And you are the finest masterpiece I have laid eyes on.
That is such a sweet sentence. I'm gonna leave it on there real quick. First console was a Nintendo DS with the Game Boy backwards compatibility, yeah. PS1, I was a late bloomer to that. I was a big N64 guy. But then seeing Final Fantasy VII... Well, it's funny, okay. Before I was able to buy an N64, we tried to rent one from the grocery store, but the N64 was out. And that's the one I really wanted, so we got a PlayStation instead, and we were totally excited about that, but... I guess it wasn't the best experience? I don't know. At first it didn't seem like that. Well, we loved Mega Man 8. We rented that game, and it was phenomenal. Mega Man 8 is my favorite Mega Man by far. Has some cringe voice acting, but is otherwise a really, really good game. There was that other game, Bushido Blade, where you could actually, like, lop people's limbs off and kill them in, like, 1 or 2 hits. It was a very different type of fighting game. Like Soul Calibur, if it were a bit more realistic. So that was a fun game, but not quite enough. There's another weird, obscure game called Herc's Adventures. And I remember that one because we didn't understand the concept of memory cards or how saving worked. So we didn't have a memory card. Actually, no, we might have. Yeah, we did have a memory card when we rented it. And we just stuck the thing in and turned off the console and thought, is that going to work? How does that work? Didn't realize you have to get to, like, a save point that the game will allow you to save. So, you know, gaming is very different now from that respect. Didn't know how to learn that because on Sega Genesis you just didn't save ever. You had passwords. And we didn't have N64, which saved automatically to the cartridges. So, very interesting.
I love you.
But eventually we bought N64.
Come.
But then someone showed me Final Fantasy VII, specifically the final boss, and I was like, holy shit, there's something special about this game.
Now go. Get out and weld the door shut. I'll protect this place no matter what, so don't worry. Just take care of our daughter, please. And, please, everyone, come back for me.
The main reason I'm not PC gaming all the time is just because I like hooking consoles up to the big screen TV and stuff.
Something's happened, I'm sure of it. I need to open it. Oh, right. It was welded shut. They'll come. They'll come to save me. They promised. How long has it been? 30 years. They won't come. It's lonely in here.
That girl.
We looked into it, but couldn't find any data on her. Same with the Nikkes who deserted.
I always try to avoid handheld consoles.
It's been so long, and there's a high chance that they never made it to the Ark.
I could run an HDMI cable from my computer to my TV. I suppose.
We're still looking
I've
into
never
it,
had
although we're not sure
the
if we'll turn up
PC and the
anything.
big screen TV in the same room, though, and that's the tricky part.
So, those 3 dead Nikkes we found outside.
I tend to use my computer more for work than pleasure in that regard.
Are most likely the Nikkes who deserted. Yeah, this entire place would have been flooding while they were trying to weld the door. Until eventually, to protect what was contained in this bunker, they made the ultimate sacrifice.
I checked the files and closely examined the one whose arm was severed. It looks like she used her own arm as welding material.
So that's what happened.
What painfully sad memories.
Let's hurry. We need to move as quickly as possible. Let's take both Herman and all the data to the Ark. Don't leave a single thing behind. The data transfer commences. With the past data being moved to the storage devices that Rome and the others brought back, the process is slow going. But the artistic legacies that those in the bunker sought to protect are slowly preparing to emerge once again and influence the present.
These photos in the picture frames must be of the people who stayed behind in the bunker.
Yes. The frames are really worn.
It must have been handled quite a lot.
These images were no doubt caressed longingly. Hundreds, if not thousands of times.
Yes. After a while, I stopped touching it out of fear that I'd harm the frames.
How is your body feeling? You should get some more rest.
I'm fine. I've rested plenty.
You've held fast and kept watch over this art for so long. And now it's finally seeing the light of day. How does that make you feel?
Well, at first I was filled with this sacred sense of duty. But
Yeah, I have no
later,
interest in anything
I
Xbox.
felt I had no other choice.
The only time I ever did was when
was
games like
afraid
Dead or
of the
Alive were showing up on it.
And it was not
And
as
that
if I
weird
could
time
open
where
the
they had
door.
Eternal Sonata and Tales of Vesperia as Xbox exclusive.
Why didn't you end it all?
Adam!
Sorry, that came out wrong. I didn't mean to be insensitive. What I meant was, how were you able to keep going for all these years?
I'm not sure. I figured that I had already waited so long. If I tapped out, as it were, without seeing my dream come true, that yes, there were times when the pain was
Yeah,
too
and there were a
great
lot of
and I
cool
wanted
Xbox
to
games
give up.
on the Live Arcade and stuff for the 360.
But then, I would imagine the sight of future generations appreciating these artworks. And
That
I would
console's
be
aged like
overcome
shit.
with emotion. If I were able to witness that with my own eyes, would that not be art in its truest form?
If you had failed, all your suffering would have been in vain.
I would have endured no matter what. I never stopped believing that one day a miracle would come. With that, I would have pressed on.
Why would he have to be an honorary Giga Chad?
Even if you lost so much along the way?
Yes, I would have. I'd already nearly lost everything. I would have kept waiting.
The PS3 was a phenomenal console, especially because it could play Blu-rays.
I would have believed that this was my purpose and kept waiting.
I see. I find your words very comforting.
Are these all the photos you have of your friends? Herman?
Well, I was gonna say he's a full-on Giga Chad, not just an honorary one.
Herman?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Are these all photos of your friends?
Oh, yes. That's all of them. I regret not taking more photos. If there's any advice I would give you, it's to take more photos. Nothing is better at preserving memories.
We'll do our best.
Is there any chance it would be possible to find out what happened to those who left?
We're looking into it. This all happened so long ago, so it may take some time.
I see. Thank you. Thank you.
The data transfer is almost complete. I think we can start getting ready to leave.
How's Herman doing?
Not great. He's faded in and out several times during our conversation.
I see.
The emergency medication we brought is mostly for external injuries, so they're not much help. Sedatives or painkillers could do more harm than good, so we can't use those. We need to get him to the Ark as soon as possible.
Let's start packing. We'll move out the moment the data transfer is finished.
Roger.
We can use the tetrapod. It'll be a heck of a lot faster than walking.
But what if we run into Stormbringer?
I think it's worth the risk. What about you, Commander?
Guess what? I know a little bit of Japanese. Suteki na hito. Gente? It's like a wonderful person. I agree.
Adam, get the tetrapod ready for takeoff.
Roger that. I don't mean to brag, but one ride in it will blow your socks off. The craftsmanship is second to none.
I can vouch for that.
I appreciate that, but how would you know? You've never ridden in it.
20 minutes left on the data transfer.
12 minutes on my end.
Nearly finished. Finally.
I know in reality it hasn't taken all that long, but it feels like ages compared to modern technology.
Let's start preparing to leave.
Yeah, let's. Huh?
Don't you know "ha" is the last thing you want to hear at a time like this?
Sorry, but I heard something strange.
I think I heard something too.
Oh, fuck.
Water's coming from the ceiling! That's not the ceiling cracking, is it?
It's coming from the walls as well.
Conveniently, after over 100 years, now it starts to leak right in this exact moment.
Everyone! Emergency! The bunker is flooding!
What are the odds? I guess maybe if like it were damaged during a rapture attack or something, but seems a little far-fetched.
Art, do you remember me?
What?
I am Calm. This is the Ark. On our way back, we encountered a Lord-class rapture. Only you and I survived. You were severely injured. You became a Nikke, a mass-produced Nikke. They said there's a chance that mass-produced Nikkes can retain their past memories. So, Art, do you remember me?
I don't.
I don't know if I would agree with that necessarily, Dawson. I don't have a timeline of which games released during that time, but, you know, I was still playing tons of great games during that time that were brand new.
Your name. Am I the one who gave it to you? I named you as soon as we got to the Ark. I am Calm. We lived together in the bunker, along with Herman. Do you remember me now?
No, I don't.
You were born in the bunker. You were raised there as a child. Loved by all. Everyone there cherished you. I cherish you. Do you remember me now?
I
I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything.
Do you remember me now? Do you remember me now? Do you remember me now? Do you remember me now?
I'm sorry.
I guess you could just pretend that art is one of the Nikkes that you have.
Do you
Dragon Ball is not my favorite anime, not really, no.
remember me?
Any of the battle shonens I tend to not like. Ironically, I think there are other shows that do combat a heck of a lot better than those mainstream ones.
Is this the lift you were talking about?
That is right. This will take you to the Ark.
You said you were going to take revenge on the Ark, right? What's your plan? Huh. I'll let you think about that.
So the
for a
poor
while
dude took the
longer.
girl to the Ark. They promised her that there was a chance she'd have her memories back, but it didn't work, and now he thinks the Ark took everything from him. That, and they were trying to not acknowledge the data he had on Herman, which is why they never went back to him, which is fucked up. That's probably the most fucked up part.
At any rate, our deal is done here. Tell me the location of this gatekeeper.
Oh, I don't care about Elden Ring or Baldur's Gate. I care more about stuff like Code Vein and the Tales series and
About 1 kilometer.
other stuff like that.
You will find an open space among the collapsed buildings. Gatekeeper will be there.
All right. Well, best of luck with those revenge plans.
Raven walks past Calm. Calm stares at the elevator. Xenoblade games have released during that time. Calm remains motionless for a long time. Only the mechanical whirring of it running calculations fills the air. After a while, Calm slowly lifts its head, looks around, then turns. A short distance away, Raven is watching Calm. I mean, when did Persona 5 come out? What year was that?
What are you doing? Hurry up.
I do not know what I should do.
You can't ask other people about how to carry out your revenge. You have to make that decision yourself.
The original plan was to ride the elevator down and attack everything in sight, to take revenge on the Ark, which stole what belonged to me. I intended on fighting until I was eventually destroyed, but if that happens, all of them will disappear. They will become forgotten by everyone, as if they never existed.
Was Metaphor last year or this year?
Everyone will be gone. I remember them. I am the only one who I must ensure that their memories live on.
What a sight. A bucket of bolts pontificating about carrying on memories. Whether you reach your final decision here or somewhere else, it has got nothing to do with me. But if you're going to abandon the notion of revenge, you have to go all the way. You must guard that data contained in that metal hunk of junk you call your body and keep it safe until your creators rot and crumble to dust. And then, however many hundreds or thousands of years later, you will stand upon their ashes, triumphant, and laugh at them.
What did you do?
Yeah, Persona 3 is my least favorite of those 3, 4, 5.
Did you decide to take revenge?
I'm excited that they're doing a 4 remake.
Succeed.
I'm just hoping that, because my biggest disappointment in Reload was a severe lack of costumes. Specifically, they were lacking all the cool costumes they introduced in the dancing game, which would have been really cool if they just converted it over to Reload. I don't know if they ever did, I doubt it. But, you know, Persona 5 Royal added the costumes from P5 dancing, P5 dancing. So P4 remake should have the costumes from that as well.
There was someone who opened my eyes and made me see the truth.
Especially
If it weren't for
Rise's
them,
like exotic dancer
I would
outfit.
still be
I fucking
living as a
love
mindless
that.
slave to a god.
Did that person tell you how to...
No. They told me how to make my own decisions according to my own will.
See, she couldn't have been crazy when Adam found her because Adam taught her to think for herself.
Yes, with my own will. Everything I do is for them. If it weren't for them.
And of course they say them because they don't want to say him.
Why am I even saying this? At any rate, I'm trying to do for you what they did for me. You hunk of junk. No one else can feel your pain.
Oh, hi, Cat. What are you doing? Hello, boy.
Only you can ease your own pain. And you know better than anyone what you have to do to carry on the memory of those you care about.
But doing that will not quell the rage inside me. I still yearn for vengeance.
Then use your own will. And make a choice.
Calm slams its fist into the elevator. I finished Trails Through Daybreak 2, and it was a very frustrating experience in some ways. Calm's pounding creates dents all over the elevator's exterior. Sparks burst out violently. I think the storytelling is like insanely cringe. Claire Obscure? No, I'm not planning to play that.
Is this your revenge?
I don't like the aesthetics.
Not mock me. There is no other path to revenge. If I am to carry on the memories of those I cherish. So, if you want to laugh at me, go ahead.
What are you doing? It's still functioning. Finish the job. Not enough. It's still going. More. Much better. So then, how does it feel to have your revenge? Are you satisfied?
I am satisfied.
Good.
But he didn't break the stupid elevator or we wouldn't have been able to get home, so that makes no sense. He didn't actually break it, he just cosmetically damaged the shit out of the elevator.
Don't think that your vengeance was petty. There is no such thing. Any act of retribution is a noble one. You've conveyed your feelings and done what you had to do. Your revenge is complete. And it was perfect. Brilliantly done. I'm going back.
I think she's trying to save Calm from his own
You
vengeance.
stay here.
Say like, yep, no, you're good. You should be satisfied by that. When
I'm
it's
sure
like,
those
of
people
course
in
he
white
wouldn't
will
be.
come for you.
You have helped me. And so, I will help you.
I do not need help from a tin can like you.
Access points or ports?
You stick to carrying on those memories of yours. I'll do the same with mine.
Raven turns and walks away. Calm watches as she slowly vanishes into the distance.
Art has become a Nikke. She does not remember me. She does not remember.
Yeah, the Paimon drama. I know what you're talking about.
She has forgotten everything. No one believes the story about the bunker, even when I give them the data to prove it. No one believes me. They tried to delete the data. I escaped to the surface. I need to save Herman. By now, the water may have receded. I need to return to the Ark with Herman and prove that the story of the bunker is true. I cannot let what happened there
I just think it's utter chaos.
be forgotten.
But yeah, if you complain about your job, your employers, you do all that stuff publicly to all these other people, you boycott, you protest, you strike, it's not all that surprising that you would come back without a job.
To get here. Likelihood of success against a rapture.
And they could tell you any reason why they
0%.
fired you too.
Therefore, avoided all encounters.
Whatever
which
works best for their
increased travel
PR.
time dramatically. Confirmed bunker's location. The water has not receded at all, and is now electrified. I searched for a way, but found nothing. I continued searching, and still found nothing. Again and again, I repeated this process.
Well, China's a problematic country in itself.
Passed. Herman is a human. Given the age,
I'd like to think that there are
was when
perfectly
we
good
left,
people at
and how much
Hoyovers
time
working
has
on
passed
it,
since.
but they're pushed to certain regulations and constraints.
It is highly likely that he has died. There is no way to enter the bunker. The Ark forced us into a corner. They never came to rescue the artists living in the bunker. They did not help us when we were all dying. They turned art into a Nikke and took away her memories.
Well, I don't know how low they're getting paid, especially compared to potential competition.
They never came to rescue Herman. They practically killed Herman.
I'd like to hear, like, the voice actors who do stay with those games and aren't recast, what they think of the experience compared to others.
The Ark.
Nope, haven't heard of McAllister's
that
either.
which I hold most dear.
Isn't Kevin McAllister from Home Alone?
I have nothing left.
I'm hyped for various games. I feel like most of them came out in the front load of this year, so I'm still playing them, like the Lunar Remastered, and I still need to get Yumiya. But I'm curious about Atelier Reslariana. I think they tried to say they're trying to go back to their roots, even though Ryza was what kind of made them explode in popularity, and now they're trying to do worse than that. Which is weird in my opinion, but Ananta is that game that I was really excited about. Neverness to Everness, which is kind of a stupid name. Yeah.
I will return to the Ark. I will destroy what
Kuro?
they love most.
Kuro what?
I must do so.
Raven is thrown back and tumbles along the ground. She glares at Gatekeeper, which stands before her.
Damn it!
Looks like thou art having a time most toilsome.
What kind of rapture is this?
I've never seen anything like it.
Who's texting me?
Perfect timing. I was starting to get bored with a one-on-one fight. Come at me, all of you.
'Tis most tempting, but let us focus on the rapture before us first. I'll help.
I don't need any help.
Then fight however you like, and we'll do the same.
Did you encounter anything noteworthy on your way here?
If you are speaking of the robot, you do not need to worry. It is safe in another location.
Don't be ridiculous.
Sonic has some pretty good music. It depends on which game you're talking about, though.
I'm warning you for a second time. Don't even think about getting in my way. That thing is mine.
Sonic 3 had probably the
what
best
thou
music
wilt.
in the franchise.
Simply view us as a few trainees practicing beside you.
Sonic
Let's
CD
go.
was also really good. I like the music in Sonic R like crazy.
All right.
Gatekeeper is sucked into a dark void and disappears.
Did we defeat it?
What do you think that rapture is?
I think it is connected to this mystery woman.
I haven't the faintest idea what that thing is either. All I heard is that if I defeat it, I can return.
La la da 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 da. Golden particles begin emanating from Raven's body.
What the? Hold on. Am I going back?
Your words continue to make little sense. Let us head back to the city instead of standing here idly. It does seem as if thou are part of those outsiders whom we met before.
Outsiders?
Indeed. There are others in the city who are bedecked in garb similar to thine.
I believe their names were Eve, Lily, and Adam.
I think so.
What?
I have long ruminated on how your sword style bears a peculiar similarity to Eve's.
Eve! Is Eve here?
Ah, it is as I thought. You two are acquainted.
And him as well.
I like the older cartoon song. Blue streak speeds by, Sonic the Hedgehog. Too fast for the naked eye. Sonic the Hedgehog.
Why
Sonic, he can
not
really
me?
move. Sonic, he's got an attitude. Sonic, he's the fastest thing alive.
Where is she? Tell me where she is.
I think it is best that we do not reveal this information.
Raven dashes forward and swings her sword at Scarlet. Scarlet blocks the blow.
Tell me!
And of course there's cool songs like Live and Learn. And what I'm made of now. One of the best is like the song that they used at the credits of Sonic Racing. Sonic All-Stars Racing.
Now thou hast giveth me even less reasons to do so.
Eve.
His world I don't like as much.
Foul creature by his side.
I like the instrumentation, the you know, that part. But the actual
Why would
vocals
he
and
be
stuff I
with
don't care
her?
as much. But Dreams of Absolution, or Dreaming of Absolution, or whatever you call that song, that one is phenomenal.
It should be me, not that mindless doll.
Thy words become more and more fatuous.
Tell me where she is. I must kill that thing at once.
Hold thy tongue.
Scarlet uses her sword to push Raven back, but she immediately charges back towards Scarlet.
I'm the only one who deserves to be with him, not Eve.
Oh my. Just as Raven and Scarlet's swords are about to collide, Raven disappears in a burst of golden particles, causing Scarlet's sword to make contact with nothing but air. Everyone looks around bewildered, but Raven is nowhere to be seen.
Do I dream in this moment? This is pure madness.
Yeah. What in the world is going on?
Let's secure comm and get out of here.
Surely your interest should have been piqued by a situation as peculiar as this.
Would being more interested help me understand it better?
Forsooth, most likely not.
Then let's finish what we came here for. And get moving.
Very well. Let us move.
All right.
Where are we going?
To the city.
Sonic Unleashed.
Let's go to the Ark.
I thought that werehog stuff was really annoying. Yeah, have a great time, and thanks for stopping by.
Given your feelings about the Ark, I cannot take you there.
We are nearing the end of this event.
I no longer have any intentions of reprisal.
That elevator near us is completely destroyed. Was that your doing?
It was.
And dost thou consider
Okay, so he just destroyed one of the elevators.
That is correct. I destroyed the Ark's property.
Huh. I'm sure you must have had plenty of other ideas in mind.
I must carry on the memories of those who would otherwise be forgotten. I cannot be the only one to remember. I must pass their legacy. If I am to do that, I must continue to exist. The Ark must too. Therefore, I cannot act against the Ark. Take me to the Ark.
'Tis a most importunate creature.
I need to take a rest. I am very tired.
If that be the case, we may carry thee.
Calm seemingly freezes in place. Only faint vibrations can be felt emanating from it.
Has it gone to sleep?
Sleep mode, to be exact.
Goodness me!
At least it was kind enough to leave its orbital locks disengaged.
Are we to push this creature all the way to the Ark?
When we get close, we can contact.
My goodness.
Let's go. It's a long way back.
It'll be a long journey. That's for sure.
What is this monument-like object?
Oh, this? It's a place to honor those of us who left too soon. These photos are of the people who stayed in the bunker. Saying it out loud, I suppose it's not all that different from a monument.
Why are you leaving it here?
Now that you ask, I'm not entirely sure myself.
Is it so that you don't forget? If you see it often, you won't forget.
Ah, yes. That must be it.
If you digitize it and save it as data, you will not forget.
Unfortunately, we humans don't have the ability to store data in such a way. We are forgetful creatures by our very nature.
Thoughts on Chick-fil-A? I like their food a lot. But I don't like their Christian background affecting which days they're open, for one, but then also the donations and support of anti-LGBT groups and stuff like that just makes it like a total bummer. It's like, you're a chicken place. You don't have to make this political, but they do.
Eventually, in time, we forget things. That's why, in order to stave off that day for as long as we can, we keep photos like these and look at them often. We do this because they contain memories which are precious to us.
But someday, you will, for you are human. You will die someday, and all of your memories will disappear.
That's true.
What if Khan remembers us? We won't be forgotten then, will we?
I suppose that's true as well.
That is correct. My memory is infallible.
The best thing about them, in my opinion, is they're the only ones I know that do the frickin' waffle fries. The waffle fries are phenomenal,
Will you come?
and just nobody else does them around where I know.
Remember us so that we aren't forgotten.
Okay. I will remember.
Promise!
Promise.
The chicken's okay. I would never go there just for the chicken. It's just
2 minutes left.
the combination of things.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! Rushing me won't make it go faster.
And they're pretty expensive. Are you done with all the backups?
Yep, down to the last bit. Once Lily is finished, we're good to go.
Water pours in through the cracks in the walls and ceiling. The water is already up to our ankles. At this rate, it won't be much longer until the entire bunker is underwater.
Eleg, the water is coming this way.
Ah! Stay back! Shoo! Shoo!
Did you really think that would work?
Can't you go any faster?
3, 2, 1, done.
Don't pull it out right away! You need to eject it properly!
God, damn this ancient machine. There, all done, for real this time.
Let's run!
Phew, phew.
We got everything we needed.
American barbecue?
There's nothing missing.
I mean, I guess so, yeah. I mean, I like burgers and hot dogs and stuff.
That was close.
The bunker is submerged.
I don't like barbecue sauce, though. And I don't like smoked food as much. But anything that's grilled cooked, it's totally fine. After 100 long years, the waters have claimed the bunker, dragging its long history along with it down into the aquatic depths.
I can't believe that place really lasted an entire century.
Where do you think all that water came from?
Beats me, but it has to have come from somewhere. Nowhere on the surface is normal.
Let's get going, Herman.
Oh. Yes. Let's go.
Eve.
Yes?
Barbecue on the steak is really phenomenal too. Like, just grilled cooked steak.
Oh, right. I'm sorry, everyone. But can you wait just a moment? I'll be right back.
Huh? Eve dives into the lake. Inside the bunker, now completely submerged, everything is dark. Despite this, Eve can make out a rough outline of what she's looking for. The sudden rush of water has resulted in a fast current. Eve is certain that she'll be swept away if she doesn't grab hold of something. She presses against the wall and focuses. She finds what she's looking for. Despite the rapid current, it's miraculously remained in the same place as before. Eve pushes off the wall and darts through the water.
Why hasn't she come up yet?
Let's wait a little longer.
Why did she jump in there so suddenly anyway?
Probably.
Eve!
I think this is the first time I've been out of breath. I almost got swept away by the current.
What the heck are you doing? What'd you do that for?
I had to find something.
Did you succeed?
Yes. I have it here.
As Eve comes out of the lake, she's holding tightly onto several picture frames.
Oh.
She slowly walks over to Herman and hands them to him.
Sorry that they got a bit wet.
I can't believe it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That data may contain humanity's past. But these photos are your past. I assumed they meant a lot to you.
Yes. These all remind me of precious memories.
Glad to hear I was correct.
Eve.
Yes?
Why do you work so hard? Excessively so. Based on my observations, you risk your life too often. Do you want to die?
No.
Working hard and putting yourself in danger are two different things. Why do you put yourself in harm's way so often?
I believe it's the right thing to do.
I don't understand.
You and me both.
Me three.
I don't put my life at risk as often as you think. I know what I'm capable of.
Miku will be in the new Sonic racing game? Really? God, that sounds cool. I mean, I really loved Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing 1. I didn't like the second one as much, Transformed. I don't like all the weird transformations and weird gimmicks. It's like, just give me good, balanced car racing. No, like, flying and hovercrafts and boats. Am I a fan of Mexican food? Hell yeah.
I may not understand completely, but I have complete faith in you and your
I don't like
abilities.
spicy Mexican food, but I like Mexican
I
food.
hate to interrupt, but does anyone else feel a vibration?
Sure, but isn't that because of all the rushing water?
No.
Joker from Persona?
The ground is
really?
shaking.
When does that game come out? Because Mario Kart came out, but the Sonic game's not out yet, is it?
Commander, we have to prepare for battle. Large force of Raptures incoming. I see more than 3 Tyrant-class entities.
Everyone, get ready for battle. Privity, protect Herman.
Roger.
Roger Dodger.
Our left side is weak. Concentrate fire.
So is our right side, and the center! Yikes! We're compromised on all sides! We need to raise the level of our firepower!
Why don't we move our defensive line back a bit?
I don't want to destroy the city.
You saw it at Summer Games Fest.
Well, then we'll just have to dig deep and keep pushing!
Frontiers 2.
We've got to hold the line as best as we can.
I don't like Sonic as much as I used to. I like the older stuff better. Whoops. Forgot to read that part. Sorry. A massive steel figure lands in front of us, standing between us and the Raptures. Its back is turned to us. And the silhouette resembles that of a human.
You're here. Exosuit Providence, reporting for duty.
It's a fucking mecha.
Is that Miss Lily inside that thing?
That's right.
A Heroes remake?
Although I'm not sure
Huh.
how effective this will be against raptures.
That's interesting. I don't know how well that'll
This
do.
exosuit isn't exactly a pushover, so I'm not too worried.
I think Sonic games are pushed out way too fast. They need to make games that are like flawless in terms of like ridiculous glitching. Like preserve Sonic's speed without him like clipping through walls and dying all the time and weird stuff. Where you have to feel like you're very, very delicate with every bit of touching on the controller to make sure he doesn't like completely fail. But yeah, Miku is definitely who I would play as in that game.
Are you sure we should be using it? That's an incredibly valuable piece of equipment.
I wonder if they're gonna have all the characters from the second game.
Surely this is the least
Like,
we can do.
Joe Higashi, he's the guy from the Shinobi titles.
You can't fool me. You just want to show off.
Guilty as charged.
Fine. Let's show them.
Get out of there! Hurry!
What? What?
I'll pilot it! I'll hold off the raptures! No, it makes more sense for me to do it.
Everyone stop bickering. I'm clearly the one who should be piloting it.
Sorry, I'm not going anywhere.
I should be the one piloting it.
Everyone, cover Lily.
Roger. With a giant war machine like this on our side, how can we possibly lose?
Providence deftly moves both on land and in the air, unleashing a merciless... I forgot how you say that. Fusillade? I forgot how you say that word. Of various armaments. A ceaseless barrage of explosions rings out, sending flames, light beams, and sparks flying every which way. They added Minecraft guy? What, Steve? God, I hate Minecraft. It's an incredible sight to behold, and yet...
It really does look spectacular.
Or I hate how
What a
Minecraft
shot
is
to
somehow
be
still relevant, because that game is fucking
does
old
leave
now.
something to be desired.
A raptor fires a missile and scores a direct hit on Providence.
Same goes for its ability to evade.
Yeah.
Lily.
Just give me a second. I'm not used to this type of enemy is all. I've got it configured to combat
Minecraft
Nikke,
race
that's
map.
why.
If you like run into any of the corners, you're fucked because they're all just so jagged.
Let's see. What if I do this? Alright, I've set the target to
Another missile strikes Providence.
Lily, are you okay?
I think she passed out.
That's it. I'm going in.
Hold on. We've got this in the bag.
Providence starts moving again. This time it moves with utter precision as it unleashes an overwhelming barrage of firepower. The only word to describe it is utter decimation. The battlefield becomes clear in an instant.
Amazing.
Oh, Joe Higashi is from Fatal Fury. I knew I was mixing. Okay, so there's three different Joes then that I'm thinking of. There's Joe Hisaishi, who's the composer for a lot of Ghibli films like Princess Mononoke. There's Joe Higashi from Fatal Fury, and there's Joe Musashi from Shinobi. So yes, thank you for correcting me. There's a reason my brain fried when I tried to think of that name, and that's why.
When the attack target is set to rapture,
I hope
and
the new
pilot
Shinobi game is good too.
The automatic combat system is
But I hope it's good in the same way that Shinobi 3 was.
So long as it's being operated properly, that program can handle this kind of opponent with ease.
But Lily has no idea how to operate it.
Ugh. Well, she at least knows how to turn it on or off.
Turning something on or off is important.
Gumi? Extremely unlikely. I don't think Sega owns Gumi by any means, though. After finishing its scan, it turns red and faces us.
Whoa, so cool! Let's go and ask if we can take a ride in it. For sure!
Providence pushes its weapon forward. Is that a victory pose?
Wow. Whoever designed this really knows their stuff. Is that just me? Or does that sound like a weapon charging?
Everyone, prepare for battle. How did...
So yeah, there's a boss battle against the exosuit, which I thought was a pretty good inclusion. However, it's easy as piss, because it's just a story mission.
Quit! If anything, it's only getting faster.
There must be an issue with the combat settings. It has to be shut down manually by the pilot.
But
unconscious!
My head. Huh? What are you guys doing? Why are you attacking Providence?
It's the other way around.
Huh? Wait. Why is this... Hold on. I'll take care of it. Why is it doing this?
Because you can't control it, and it's a sign that that thing's gonna be your final boss in actual Stellar Blade.
Whew.
Well, one of the final bosses, depending on which route you go.
That was close. I don't get it. I set Raptures as the target.
Oh, this part.
What happened? I didn't input any other settings. It's only supposed to check for the energy source's wavelength.
Fundamentally, Nikke's are Raptors to some extent. We don't know exactly how, but it's supposed to be this big dark secret that they're hinting at here.
What are you doing? Hurry up and come out.
Right.
The Ark is powered by Raptors. There's some conspiracy going on. And we still don't even know exactly what the Raptors are. And why they're here and why they want to kill humanity.
Oh well. I must have made a mistake somewhere. I'm just glad no one got hurt. That was too close for comfort.
Well, now that we've resolved that minor hiccup...
Of course, I would prefer if they put Luca in Sonic.
Let's head back to the Ark.
Luca I like more than Miku. Yeah, let's go.
The tetrapod is ready. We can leave right away.
Let's hurry.
Inside the tetrapod.
Wow, this thing really can fly! Can't you at least draw me some blueprints? I really want it!
I tried to pull up the blueprints several times, but they kept coming out garbled and incomprehensible. I think it's time we throw in the towel.
Oh man, I can't stop thinking about it.
Trust me, me neither.
Adam, how much time...
But yeah, I
until we
definitely
arrive
like
at
the
our
Sonic
destination?
racing games more than the Mario ones.
At our current speed?
A little less of the AI fucking you over, just to make the race more interesting and more like actual skill and drifting and stuff like that.
We don't have to worry about anyone from the Ark intercepting.
Well, I understand
us,
why they're using Miku, but if they add an extra character, I would love to see Luca.
That won't happen. I've already contacted
Just
them.
like we got Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, Shadow, Amy, all those guys.
I also told them
They could go and add Luca.
Injured,
That would
and
make
to
me
have a
happy as
medical
hell.
team on standby when we arrive.
What? But I'm fine.
If we told them we had Herman in tow, medical
Dumbass
treatment
commander
would
should
be
have
a
known
priority
that.
for them. However, if a medical team is already on standby when we arrive, we can at least try and push for them to treat him.
Wow, you really are trying to become unemployed, aren't you?
Well, if that happens, why don't the counters take me in?
I'm not sure a government desk jockey would be able to hack it with us.
This is my first time going to the Ark.
We'll show you around once we're there.
I'm excited.
The Ark.
Herman, things might be chaotic when we first arrive, but it won't be permanent. Don't stress too much about it.
Okay. I'm grateful that I'm here in the first place.
Yeah, I could just guarantee now that they're probably not going to add Gumi though, just because she's not owned by the same people.
Don't kid around about that. It doesn't come off like you're joking.
Oh, sorry. I'll be more careful with my words.
Uh-oh. We've got company.
Raptors?
A whole bunch of them. Closing in on us fast.
That's okay. I'm sure you've got some kind of ultimate weapon in this ship.
I wouldn't call it an ultimate weapon. But we do
Bacon
have
jam
some
on a
omens.
burger? Sounds reasonable.
Really?
Be kind of weird to have so much sweetness, I imagine, on a burger,
It won't be
as
enough
opposed
to
to
wipe them all
savory.
out. Damn, this isn't good.
But I'm sure it's probably fine. Adam stares at Herman intently.
Rappy, how long will it take to get to the Ark on foot from here?
About 2 hours.
Good.
Adam.
Let me guess. We stay here and hold them off, while our friends go on ahead.
Bingo. Don't feel bad, you guys. A certain someone I know would have insisted we stay behind anyway. I'm just beating her to the punch.
That's true.
Landing. Get going. Leave the rest to us.
Thank you.
We'll come back for you the first chance we get.
Sounds good. We'll be waiting.
Arc elevator hub. The elevator door opens, revealing a small crowd of people. Several humans in military uniforms and a medical team stand before us. An initial look of shock registers in the eyes of those in uniform, which then quickly turns into anger. Privity steps forward assertively.
I am Privity of the Triangle Squad. Move this civilian to the medical facility immediately.
Why wouldn't they just put Blackrock Shooter herself in then at that point?
His physical condition is significantly weakened. I want you to use every means available to you to ensure his recovery.
One of the military men motions as if to start speaking, a fierce expression on his face.
I will not tolerate any insubordination. Furthermore, in my capacity as a member of the central government's defense force, I will take full responsibility for what follows.
In addition, this decision has been approved in coordination with the Special Commando Unit Counters. If you have any objections, you must present the relevant documentation, signed by a military officer of Deputy Chief rank or higher.
Have you all got cotton in your ears? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move!
Meanwhile, surface.
How many more?
There's the money shot.
About 15!
Time to wrap this up.
Eve runs off. She closes the distance between her and the Raptors in an instant, piercing one of their cores with her blade, sending a wave of energy from her blade which cleaves the ground in two. Meanwhile, she dodges the incoming Raptor attack, accompanied by a flash of blue as she swings her sword all around, sending waves of energy in all directions.
Wow, she swings that sword like a fish swims through water. So natural, so free.
Eve deftly maneuvers her way around the Raptors as if performing a dance. As she does this, she feels something strange. Golden particles begin to emanate not only from her body, but also Adam, Lily, and even the tetrapod.
Huh? What is this?
I'm not sure, but I have the sense it's time for us to head back.
How do you know?
Not sure, just a feeling.
But I thought we were supposed to defeat that gatekeeper thing.
Maybe someone else took care of it.
This
Or
part's a
the
little
gatekeeper
silly.
wants to change its mind.
Eve continues to swing her sword around. I mean, obviously we know what happened to Gatekeeper because Raven and the Pilgrims took it down, but these guys just accept it a little too easily. Eve continues to swing her sword around. The golden particles intensify. Eve realizes instinctively that everyone, including her, will disappear. After slicing the last Rapture core in half, she stands still and catches her breath.
Eve, it's time to go back.
What if the freaking tetrapods started vanishing into golden light while they were above the air, like still flying to the Ark? That would have sucked.
Yes. Seems like it.
Because then they all just go plummeting and die.
It would have been nice to see their faces one last time.
It's okay. We'll carry memories of them. And they'll carry memories of us.
Eve silently gazes in the direction where the Nikkes are headed. A gray sky, a desolate land. Buildings that crumbled long ago. An unwelcoming and yet tragically familiar landscape.
Stay strong. All of you.
The golden particles continue to intensify.
May our memories live on.
Ah, it's not gold, that's blinding white. The golden particles scatter. In their place, nothing remains. The vast collection of the artwork data from the bunker was safely delivered to the Ark. The invaluable materials contained within the data soon spread across the Ark, and led to a surge in lectures, performances, and exhibitions on the artwork of the past human civilization. News and media outlets ceaselessly ran stories on them. The Ark overflowed with discussions about the art from times past. Privity was never punished nor reprimanded. Under the condition that Herman's identity and backstory remained undisclosed, she was granted a reprieve, despite her disobeying orders. Herman also did not wish for his identity to be revealed. He said he only sought to preserve the data contained within the bunker, and now having accomplished that was more than enough. Rome was appointed as an honorary member of the Counters, and was scheduled to be sent back up to the surface after undergoing repairs. Now that Rome has seen the original Ark, it better knew what direction to take with the second Ark. With Reclamation Site 01 as a foundation, it threw itself into constructing the second Ark. No news has been heard about Eve or the others. When we returned to the place where we parted, there was nothing left except for the wreckage of some fallen Raptures. All the D-Wave signals had disappeared as well. It was unfortunate that we couldn't say a proper goodbye. May our memories of them live on, and...
I'm eternally grateful to you. Thanks to you all, my life, our lives have meaning. I believe that life itself can be art. By expressing oneself, by having an influence on others, you are creating art every waking moment of your life, simply by living. May your lives in all their artistic splendor continue on and be passed down to future generations.
A week after arriving at the Ark, Herman passed away peacefully while holding onto the picture frames he cherished. Well, damn. We stand in front of Herman's memorial.
They say it was a miracle that he lasted this long. He was in an extremely frail state when he arrived. There was nothing that could be done.
Still, you were able to show him around quite a bit, weren't you?
Jimmy John's thoughts on the place? I like their delivery motto and stuff like that. The actual sandwiches themselves, though, I've never been like a huge fan of. They're okay, but they're not my favorite. I think I like Firehouse subs more. Although I did see Jimmy John's was advertising like a chicken bacon ranch, and I do love those sandwiches.
Yes, I wanted to show him all that the Ark has to offer, even though I wasn't able to show him as much as I would have liked. He was so happy. He loved seeing the traces of art that have remained throughout the Ark.
Big and small, the marks left behind by those from the bunker are still there.
Yes. He would tell me whose masterpiece this was inspired by, or whose failed work was improved upon beautifully. I can't say that I understood all of it, but he certainly was very proud. I wanted to show him more. I wanted to tell him that what he fought for wasn't in vain. That because of them, the Ark was able to become a more beautiful place. That all that time they spent waiting was not wasted. Not in the slightest. I wanted to tell him to be proud.
He knows all of that.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
I hope so.
Me too. We place our hands on Herman's memorial in silence. To the one who dedicated his life to ensuring the past carries on into the present, may he finally rest in peace. And
may your memory live on.
Memories continued. Instead of memories end. Obviously, that would be kind of weird. So yeah, with the Nikke events, it's a little fishy because after they unlock hard mode, which is usually right at the tail end of the event, there's usually one last cutscene for completing everything on hard mode. And so I'm not going to be able to show that. Just due to the nature of how this game does its thing. Sad the guy dies just getting there. You got to see it at least a little bit, though.
May these memories shared with everyone.
But yeah, it's sad. Sad yet hopeful, which is pretty much how Nikke's stories always go. Let me go ahead and quick battle those real quick.
All clear. Where do we go next?
Want check Lord of J song out? Right, I did say I would do that. Beforehand, though, there is one thing. I want to find a soda can for you guys. Oh, here's one. How convenient.
Everyone's left. I didn't get a chance to properly say goodbye.
Grab it. What are you doing? Okay.
Adam, Lily, I hope we meet again someday.
One of the cans that I collected once. had freaking Snow White come by and steal it because she wanted the drink.
What a shame.
Pretty funny. Pretty damn funny. Ooh, music.
Everyone's left. I didn't get a chance to properly say goodbye.
Can I find another can? Aha, I see the can.
We've done
It's up
everything we
there.
can. For now, this is enough.
Yeah, the minigame's going. I hope their coordinated operation will be actually against the exosuit. Because it makes no sense right now that it's not, you know? The minigame is ambitious, for mobile anyway, and surprisingly playable on mobile. Churches? I don't think I've ever seen that restaurant. I don't think we have them out here. It dies so quickly.
Did you see that? I'm strong, but my comrades are stronger.
May these memories shared with everyone live on. Eve, Adam.
Oh, she's just gonna take the soda again. Like
We'll
mine?
meet again someday.
Except she disappears and the soda kept going for like a split second
everything
later,
we
which
can.
is a little uncanny, admittedly.
This is enough. Everyone's left. I didn't get a chance to properly say goodbye.
Grilling me on all sorts of different
This
restaurants.
place will become ruins now.
Seems to be like the stream theme for you
What a
today.
shame.
Do I have enough to enhance my weapon? No. And enhancing the tumbler is pointless. Alright, the tutorial. Controls for PC. How does that work? Tap to the screen. On PC, press the space bar or left mouse button to perform combos. Okay. To dodge, tap the guard button or the... Okay. What about dodging? Control Q and E? What a weird set of hotkeys. But how do you dodge? How do you dodge? How do you dodge? You did not tell me how to dodge. Oh. Dodge. Oh, I have to like scroll. There we go. That's stupid. What's your rank in your union in this on this minigame? Wait, you're talking about two different things. I don't know if your union has anything to do with it. Oh, you just press. Oh no, on PC, use the WASD keys. Okay. They have the newest boss challenge finally? No, we can't do that until later. We'll get that tomorrow. Yeah, I play it on my tablet too, which is why I'm looking up the controls now, because I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna leave it as is. It was fine for me before. Shit, what was the guard button? Oh crap, it was E. E? Okay. Yeah, this is awkward. Playing it on PC. It's a lot easier to dodge though. Control 2? What a mess. Can I just click these things? Oh, I can. I can just click them. That helps. Ah, fuck. Jesus, stop getting up like that. Damn it. The dumbest thing about this minigame is the freaking time limit. But I got him! Defeated! Cool, cool, cool. It's an impressive minigame for sure. Alright, well, I beat that prick. I'm only doing one of those a day. Enhance. Can I enhance my attack yet? Not quite. Almost. And then missions. Claim my mission. Accept my challenge. Go into skills. Skills that kills, bruh. Live and learn. Oh, didn't get enough from that. Yeah, no, we'll Lord of J. You can at least say Lord of Justice. Can I do all the missions here? Of course not, they're very stingy. Alright, I'll have to come back to this.
We've done everything we can. For now, this is enough.
Alright, yeah, so the last thing I'll go ahead and do is play that song for Dawson. And myself, of course. Then we'll wrap up.
Commencing operation. Leave the support to me.
That's assuming I can find it. Breakable Spear, Memories Tower. What is this thing? Special soundtrack. No. I don't know if we have it. I mean, I did everything in that that event, but oh, it's just events in general. Maybe it's hiding in here. Sure are a lot, Jesus. Lord for Justice. Lord for Justice, not of Justice. So far, it's not my type of music. Yeah, I'm not into it. Oh, and then it's got a rap section. That makes it even worse. I'm sorry, I'm just not a huge fan of it. But yes, thank you guys for tuning in for this cool stream. Oh wait, did they add more campaign? Campagna. Did they do that? No? No, they didn't. Wait, what does this mean? Oh, it's just it. That's weird. Oh, I guess it's just because I'm on PC and it puts an N on there, even though on the tablet it doesn't. Sorry, I got distracted. Well, I'm glad you liked the song. Wait, why the hell is my character's head not moving? How long has that been going on, and how does nobody tell me that my character's head isn't moving? How long has that been? Come on, guys. What on earth? What the fuck? Oh, come on, Dawson. Why didn't you say nothing, man? You talk to me all the time. That's the most important part for me. Is my webcam dead? Gosh, what the hell? Fuck you, Warudo. Damn it, man. You didn't notice? Well, you might be audio only. You're usually working. But no, you're not working right now. You have no excuse. Okay, whatever. Hopefully not too long. But if you can't see me moving, then my stream is less expressive. And... okay. Now, because I reset it. But I didn't know. And I didn't think I needed to. Because I didn't know. This is the very first time that's just stopped tracking my face. For no good reason at all. And when I play Nikke, I don't have dual monitors. If I did have dual monitors, that would have solved things, but no. Whatever. I'll have to be careful for next time. But yes, also for you guys, if you do notice me not moving my head. Well, there's a difference between not moving and, like, being frozen stiff and not moving at all. Because, like, even when I try to stay still, I'm still moving, you see? I can't do it. It's impossible to stay perfectly still. My little hair bobbles every now and then. But yeah, okay. Thank you all for tuning in. Yeah, I think my next stream is going to be the Honkai Star Rail event, but I'll be doing that from my new location. I'll be moving out on Tuesday, and that's like, what, the second? Yeah, it's the second. The first and second of... July. Sorry. I was very distracted. But yes, I'll be doing that. I got some lessons in Magecraft coming up for Friday. Next week, we get the Zenless Zone Zero waifu files, part 2. Yep. Honkai Cash Grab. It's pretty cool, though. Not gonna lie. And, yeah, until next time, celebrate your fandom.